Hey, what are you ding-dongs doing? I wasn't ready. How's it going, gamers? Let me try and catch up on chat. Sorry, my chat window's messed up right now, so it's gonna be awkward for the first, like, hour or so. I wish I could get rid of that. Twitch chat is so janky. But whatever. I'm just gonna... I can't read the... I think that's Speeding Turtle. I didn't see who the first one was, and I can't read it. It was covered up by the stupid Hype Train widget. But yes, greetings everybody. How's it going? Turtle, Close to the Ground, Lesser Panda, Ashes, Wugai, Federal Vibe Inspector, Diormouse, Sharticus. That is a heck of a name. Artie Official, Lesser Panda. I think I already said Lesser Panda. Yep, we said it twice. Oh no. I've already failed as a streamer. Danny Bree, Niv, Tenlade, Lore Wrights. We're almost there. Kitus. Walking by Cell, Rune Prism. Oh no. Ayame. Landerseth. Thorgils. Thorgil's Swift Spear. Moro. Yeah, it's pretty late, isn't it? Shag, EJ, Cash, Dizako. We're almost caught up, I think. Alice's Bestie, Just Eve Things. Elada Adelaida, Desu. And Maldroth. Okay, I think we did. I think we caught up. Good evening, everybody. How are we doing this fine Saturday night? Sorry, usually I run chat on a laptop, and like I turned it on, fired it up, and I guess the battery's dead. Even though it's plugged in, so I'm gonna let it sit for a minute, and hopefully it turns on. What's up, Zero? It's about to go to sleep. Alas. Valheim, nice. Alright, sorry, there's a couple other notifications I gotta read. I'm like 5 minutes behind here. Usually when I press go live, there's like 10 minutes of just silence, and I just chill. But I guess everybody was just kind of hanging out this Saturday, waiting for something to happen. Envian, thank you so much for that follow. Okay. Artie Official, thank you so much for giving that tier 1 sub. To Sharticus944, Walking by Self, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs. Oh, the notification doesn't tell me who they went to. Sorry, here we go. To Maldroth, Ruili, Broken Wizard, Decent Perversion, and Glitter Games. And Elada, thank you so much for gifting that tier 1 sub. To Gin and Tonic 8. All those people now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies, including I'm a big box whale what? What kind of name is that? Remember when Twitch names used to just be like Racecar64? Nevertheless, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. And thank you so much, Lilith Fade, for that tier 1 subscription. You now have access to pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. You guys are all Chad gamers. Only Chads allowed. That should be the name of this stream. Only Chads. So anyway, it is in fact New Year's Eve, and this is kind of a last minute thing, but I've been needing to get the summoner job quests done, and I didn't want to wait until tomorrow to do them, because tomorrow is going to be a pretty long stream, but we're going to be focused on other stuff, so it would behoove me to finish these tonight, these summoner job quests that I have never done ever. And so I don't know if they suck or not. Nobody really talks about them, so they must not be that great, but we're going to do them and find out. Oh my gosh. Nelly XOX, thank you so much for that Prime subscription. And Ashes from Flame, thank you so much for that Prime subscription. You both now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. Sorry, I keep trying to say Cider Smile emote, because that's used to just be like the one Cider emote. And so that's always what I said.
We're proud of you for doing your job quest.
But now there's so many more Cider emotes. Mainstream Voltage. Holy crap, thank you so much for that 1,000 bits. You guys are goobers. I'm just trying to drink tea, maybe some beer, and play Summoner. Not as good as Scholar, but Arcanist can't go wrong. Okay. All I know about them is that Y'shtola's sister is there. Pretty decent. To hang out with a cat girl, yeah. Can't go wrong with that. I bought this for Christmas, but nobody drank it. It's a Sam Adams Winter Lager. So I've just been slowly trying to get rid of them over the course of the week. So we're going to have another one here and now. Das Beer. I got to get a highball. Or not a highball, but what's a pint? I need to get a pint glass. I don't have any, like, good beer drinking cups. I just have rocks glasses. I have like, a ton of rocks glasses, because 2 people gave me a set of rocks glasses, so I've got tons of those. But I have, like, no other types of glasses. I've got, like, 1 or 2 wine glasses. I think one's, like, a white wine glass. The other's, like, a really comically large red wine glass. And that's, like, it. Send those Samuel Adams to me. Yeah, they're not bad. It's not bad. It's very much beer, and can't go wrong with a good solid beer. This is the Winter Lager. It's festive and smooth, it says. What's up, Tom Berry Queen? So anyway, though, not going to be a super long stream tonight. The only thing on the agenda is Summoner Job Quest, but tomorrow's stream, New Year's Eve, is going to be a super long stream. I got some fun things in mind. That reminds me, speaking of fun things in mind, I need to take a note of something. I came up with a stupid idea while I was at work today, and I need to write it down so that I remember it. But it's dumb enough that I probably won't forget it, but I need to write this down. Put this on my notepad. Okay. Working on achievement hell. Same as Black Lager, they stopped importing. What? Tessel Craig? With the raid? What the heck? Thank you so much for that raid. How's it going, Craig? What the heck were you doing? Playing Monster Hunter? Dude, everybody's playing Monster Hunter right now. Why is... I guess it's just like kind of a... Not really like a lull, but kind of a lull, you know? Like all the big games are out for the year, and now for some reason everyone's playing Monster Hunter. It's really good. Yeah, but it's like, it's not even new, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like Monster Hunter just released a new game, you know? It's the same game that's been out for like a year. It's just, all of a sudden, everybody's playing it. They announced the next Monster Hunter. Okay, that must be why then. It's just on everybody's mind. Because I was like, I don't know, it feels like... I look at my, you know, Twitch follows, all the channels I'm following, and there's like half of them are playing different Monster Hunter games, and I'm like, bro, what the heck is up with this? Like... I keep getting recommended videos on YouTube about it. I was like, oh, what's going on here? It's like RuneScape, you never just quit. I can understand that kind of sentiment. That sounds about right. Thunder Foxo, thank you so much for that tier 1 subscription. You have access to some pretty awesome Cider emotes and several mad babies. One that released 5 years ago. Oh, God. Unlock the Cove Taro threat. Now you're just typing words. You can't just make up a bunch of names and think I know what they mean. Thank you, Thunder Fox. I'm very glad you enjoy the videos. I look forward to releasing more. I don't know if people play good games. Oh, no, it's like there's nothing wrong with people playing a game that's good. It's just like random, you know? It just seems random that...
I was also there.
Because, like, I didn't know they really, like, announced a new game, so it's just all of a sudden everybody's talking about Monster Hunter, and I had no idea why. Kaitus, thanks so much for that 100 bits.
Dang, I missed the train. Have
And
bits
Johnny,
anyway.
with the 16-month Prime sub. There's another Mother Mad Babies, a little more cider in your glass. How's it going, Johnny? And Calf? And other friends. We are, well, as the title says, and as I've said a couple times, we're going to be doing summoner job quests. Just as soon as I stop talking. I don't know how long they're going to take, but we're just going to go until we're finished, and then that'll probably be the end of the stream. It's not going to be a super long stream, since we're starting late. Did so many friends play Monster Hunter?
You
Yeah,
just
that's...
missed a massive BLM Alliance raid.
I mean, if it's not Scholars, it was like, did you really think I was gonna swap Black Mage with my, like, eye level 50 gear to do to do an Alliance raid? But thanks so much, Akila Red, for that tier 1 subscription for a 32nd month. That's another month of Mad Babies. A little more cider in your glass. Let's go, Akila. So many Black Mages. Yeah, that's a lot of scathe. You could say that raid was scathing. Do some gin to stay up and do stupid stuff. No, don't worry. We're going to have plenty to drink tomorrow. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve. I've got no plans. Well, except for stream plans. I'm just going to stream pretty much all day. Probably all night, too. And drink heavily. And as I mentioned last stream, this is like my one cheat day for the entire year is the last day of the year. I'm going to order a pizza and eat it. And I'm thinking about maybe we'll put the pizza to a vote. I'll order one like good solid like sausage or like supreme pizza, something that I know is going to be good. And then I think it might be fun to do a stream pizza. Just for the other one, you know. We'll just put it to like a poll. And maybe, like, people can spend channel points to vote or something. And just, like, we'll figure out what dumb pizza you guys end up making. And I will have it delivered and eat it. We'll see, though. That'll probably happen earlier in the day, though. Because, like, New Year's Eve is a big pizza holiday. So I don't want to wait until dinner time to put the order in. Because then it's going to take forever to show up. So I'm probably going to order, like, earlier in the stream. What's up, television? World's largest pizza. Make the craziest pizza ever. Well, you guys will have to fight against each other to figure that out. I don't know how I'll do it, but we'll figure it out. We'll have all day tomorrow to sort that out. So, there's a duck behind you. I don't see a duck. Imagine he streams vids looking so very tapper. Huh, welcome to the stream. I'm a scholar main. In-person alliances? Well, like 3 people? I bet you could probably do Shadowbringers alliance raids with 3 people. Like, everything up to Shadowbringers, I think you could probably do. Because tanks are so good that I feel like 3 tanks could handle it. But I don't know about Endwalker. Just because it's, like, current eye level. So, like, maybe, like, a Glaya. Since that was, 3 raid patches ago, but... $920,000 channel points. Oh my god. We make pizza bottoms tomorrow. Cut them into bigger pieces, fold them, put them in the fridge, and eat them cold the day after. Why? I mean, cold pizza is fine, but only after you've had hot pizza the day before. Can't do Shadowbringers raids with 3 people. The bosses are tanky. I guess, like, the kill time would be a problem, huh? Some of them having rages. Bergflax, thanks so much for that raid. How was your stream? Let's see, I should probably start moving here. It's about 11. And I don't know how long it's going to take to do these job quests, but usually doing, like, because this is every job quest. I haven't done a single one, except for, well, okay, I did the first one, the very first one. And so, like, we got to do all the other ones. So it's going to take a little bit, and it's going to take some time. Oh, there we go. Apparently I have summoner gear, that's good. That's a good start. It's even got glam. We might need to make a glam. Or I could wear this. This is pretty, I wouldn't even know what, like, to glam for in Summoner. Ah, yes. The perfect glam. Mermaid World and Kingdom Hearts 2. Lol. Never played Kingdom Hearts. I hear 2 is really good. And 1 and 2 are supposedly really good. Everything after that is like, eh. Festive New Year glam. Maybe. Well, it's good but doesn't age well. Yeah, that's not surprising. I mean, there's PS2 is very hit or miss.
Every time there was a kill sound from your YouTube video for achievements. Love the content.
Right, Chan. Thank you so much for that Prime subscription for a 5th month. That's another month of Mad Babies, a little more cider in your glass. Glad to hear that stupid scream is getting a chuckle. Most convoluted story I've ever seen. Yeah, I hear the story goes like off the rails. Never changed because I don't play it. Yeah, this glam that I'm wearing, I think I made this over a year ago. This is only part of it. Like there was like glasses. The boots weren't white and whatnot, but like this is a very old glam that I no longer have the plate to. Yeah. Other long flowing coats or white girl at Starbucks. You might be right. 1 after 2. A dream drop distance? Story makes Finnegan's Wake seem simple and straightforward. Understand the wigs because Bahamut. Two suffers from Portable Chain of Memories game to get the full context. 3 is where it gets messy with all the side games. Controls are floaty. 2 is one of the best. 3 went overboard. All the other games depend on if you like the gimmicks. Yeah, one day I'll get around to playing Kingdom Hearts just cause. Like it's kind of one of those things that like was part of my generation that I just avoided. Kind of like Final Fantasy X, you know. And kind of like Pokemon, you know. A couple things like that I was supposed to grow up with, but I just never did. And then I got other random stuff that nobody's ever heard of. So. Samuel J. Hess, thank you so much for my follow. Like Darkstone. No, I didn't grow up with Darkstone. It was just a dumb meme. Emphasis on the dumb part. Oh, hold on. I didn't see if my chat computer is going to actually turn on and load up. Because otherwise, it's going to be annoying. Because right now, I've got chat on my other monitor, but it's down there. So it's, like, inconvenient to read it. Jet Sully, thank you so much for that follow. I want to see if this thing works. It seems like it's working. Give me a second, let me pull up the thing. Alright. Sorry about that, technical difficulties and all. Yeah, that's way better. I can actually read. Okay. So, first order of business, we need a summoner glam, and then as soon as that's done, we can go ahead and start the quests. For the latest video, I wanted to let you know that I really appreciate them. Listening to you ramble is always a good time. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm very glad to hear that. I look forward to making more. Working a night shift? Yeah. How's it going, Teleka? I'm just, trying to get these job quests done. It's most convenient if I have them finished before tomorrow, so I'm doing them now. S rank? Oh, crap. That spawned a while ago. I think I missed that. You're gonna do Dragoon next. What's Dragoon? No level 100 summoner with baby skills, though. Well, that's not really a thing anymore, though, because, like, look. Summoner with no job quests, you actually have your core rotation now. Holy crap, speaking of which, my hotbars are just whatever the heck. Like, these hotbars are just set up any way they want to be. Something ain't right here. I think it scrambled my hotbar. I don't think it's supposed to be this janky. But, like, even before you do a single job quest, you basically have, like, all your core abilities. Oh, man, look at this. Look what we got here. We got miasma. Or miasma, I think is the technical pronunciation, but I've always said miasma. We got Eggy Assault. We have Summon 2. I've got Bio. Oh man, Bane. Bane is still here. Eggy Assault 2. And Summon. Don't even know what Bane does. Bane was the best ability. It spreads your DOTs from one enemy to all nearby enemies. It was like the best button ever. So, like, you would put all of your summoner damage over times, which there was like 3 of them or 4 or something stupid like that. You'd put them all in one thing, and then you would Bane, and that would spread it to everything. It was great. Fester, I think, used to do a ton of damage, and it would give you your, like, Aether charges. It was a big damage that gave you Aether flow charges. If I recall. I played Arcanist for, like, literally a day. So that's all I remember. I think it used the charges. It might have been that. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, because now it's energy drain. Like, it was the same icon as energy drain, but it was different. I don't know. Like I said, I played Arcanist for a day. I'd only played Arcanist long enough to unlock Scholar and then never looked back. Anyway, we need Glam. Let's find a plate I can overwrite. I need more glamour plates. I know we just got 5, but, like, come on. The fact that there's not as many glam plates as jobs is, like, Well, why not? Why not? Why at any point in time would there be fewer glamour plates than jobs in the game? I just don't understand it. Okay, so we're designing for Summoner. Let's go ahead and take off the Christmas tree hat. 50 plates. See, I feel like 50 is almost too many. I'd be okay with just having one per job, you know? At least one per job. Give us like 30. That's close. There's like, what, 31 jobs? Something like that? 32 jobs? At least just give us like 30. All my gatherers can share the same plate. I don't care. But, like, I need 20 is not even remotely close to enough. Per job glam plates like per job skill bars. Now that would be interesting. Okay, let's go, Summoner. Well, yeah, there's this jacket that I never got any use out of. Actually, I think I have a red mage glam that uses this. I don't have a lot of summoner glams. Ah, yes, there we go. The perfect summoner glam. What's up, Fred? Tie hair to glam plates. I agree with that, yeah. Hairstyles should be, like, glammable. Not a lot of options here, but I'm too lazy to go to the market board, so we're gonna have to make something work. Ah, perfect. Oh, that reminds me. Keep forgetting to do this. Give me that. Oh. I might actually not have enough inventory space to even open this. Let's throw that out. Throw that out. Should be good. I'm home in 2093. Thank you so much for that tier 1 subscription for a 30-second month. It's another month of Mad Babies. A little more cider in your glass.
Subscribe to Cider Spider and get a month of Mad Babies and a little more cider in your glass. Be mad. Be small. Be mad because small. Only on Cider Spider. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Lol. Yes, Happy New Year indeed. That's everything, yeah. Yeah, scheduled. I want to see, is this axe cool? Pretty cool, actually. Ooh, halberd. Sorry, getting distracted. We gotta make this quick. There's only so much time in a night. Wrong button again. Remove, there we go. Cactpot draw happened? It did. I was meaning to go and check that. Red Wrath Games is Rathalos Games, lol. How's it going, Wrath? It was a Happy New Year indeed. Very distracted game, yeah. Look, I'm usually pretty distractible anyway, but I just got off of work. Yeah, I basically came home from work and then immediately, like, jumped on streaming, so the brain is not operating at 100%. Maybe some more of this beer will help. Wrath mentioned. Yes, shout out to Wrath Games. Definitely check out Wrath, who does wacky content pretty much like nobody else is really doing at the moment in FF14. So definitely worth checking out. He's basically taken RuneScape RuneScape content and just translated it directly to FF14. It's hard to explain if you don't know RuneScape stuff, but like there's this thing where like everybody that the people that play RuneScape have played it for so long, like almost 30 years now, to the point where the only way for them to feel alive anymore is to come up with arbitrary limitations to make the game even slower and more boring. And so like if you look at RuneScape content on YouTube, it's like, you know, how can I max every skill while only living in the starting area, never leaving, or just dumb stuff like that, or like, can I finish the entire game without ever using a bank, or with only using 2 inventory slots? It's just like dumb crap like that. That's what RuneScape content is, and it's great. It's glorious every time. And, you know, so like there's a lot of people that'll do like stuff where they'll like lock an account to a specific area of the world map, and they're only able to access things in that area, and just like, you know, little like personally set challenges like that. And that's the type of stuff that Wrath does, but in FF14, which again, like no one else is really doing that. It's pretty unique and very interesting. He recently finished ARR on single player, but without bots. I'm planning on doing tonight. I need to finish all the summoner quests, so I'm just gonna chill and do all the summoner job quests, hopefully somewhat quickly, but considering we're already getting completely sidetracked and we only just begun, might be rough. Meeting RuneScape blindfolded. RuneScape till a year after houses were introduced. Had a boxing ring. Lost my account for not playing forever. Yeah, I was still in the thick of it when construction got released. Yeah, I remember that. Every time OSRS players talk about their favorite game getting less interested in playing it, it's the worst game ever. Old school RuneScape, it's like the worst MMO ever. I don't think I could recommend it to anybody, but I love it. It's hard to explain. It's a real love-hate relationship, but I don't know. RuneScape is like it's a game that really caters to people that love grind. Which is funny because like when you look at the creation of the game, it was never meant to be that. It was just accidental. But what a great game. I say game, it's really like a spreadsheet. It's a number go up simulator. It's barely even a game. All of your gameplay is left mouse button. Have the hunts driven you insane yet? Oh yeah. I was partially insane before the hunts anyway, so. RuneScape has instance housing, that's true, yeah. RuneScape's housing system is very robust, though. Great RuneScape glitch of 6606. Yeah, the Falador Massacre, yep. I've talked about that a few streams ago. It came up for some reason. Stockholm Syndrome, probably. Most MMOs back in the day were just grinds. The RuneScape was like, it was barely even that. It was more like a chat room than anything. But it was so good. Enough game to give people happy brain chemicals for doing silly little things, yes. Frame poster of the Falador Massacre with the "Have you seen this man?" Oh man, it's pretty good. My 25-year-old medieval point-and-click game. RuneScape's 2001, so yeah, I guess it's about 22 years old, 23 now, like, ish. Yeah. Thought it was older than that. These days, I can't tell if time is moving too fast or too slow. But I thought about it earlier today while I was at work. I was like, man, I just released my 6th weekly video. How have 6 weeks passed since I started doing these? Like, you know, it feels like it was just yesterday. Like, where did the time go? How did 6 weeks pass? And then I thought about it, and I was like, man, if 2024 is anything like the past few weeks have been, like, it's going to be gone before I know it. Let's call it 1-800-GOD-ASH. It should have been like 1-800. It should have been the name of the player moderator that was on top of the thing. There was a player mod that was there for the Falador Massacre, which was like reporting to the J-mods to try and get the situation solved, but I don't remember his name offhand. I hadn't heard about it until you mentioned it. It was playing at the time. Really? That's like one of the most notorious stories from RuneScape. The Falador Massacre, like, I felt like everybody knew about that, but I don't know, I was deep into RuneScape, so. I was banned for life just for making Jagex look bad. Lol. What idea for New Year's glam? I just need a summoner glam. It doesn't have to be New Year's, but. Only gets faster as you get older. Yeah, sure feels like it. I think it's just because I'm really busy right now, though. Like, it's going fast because, like, I don't have any free time, really. My life right now is, like, wake up, work on video, go to work, come home, work on video, go to sleep, wake up, work on video, go to work. Like, it's a never-ending cycle of just, like, churning out video footage. Hozar is old enough to drink in the U.S. now, lol. I'm having kids blinked, man. My oldest is 8. It's insane. Yeah. I got nephews, and they're getting old. They're going to be teenagers before long, and I'm not going to know what to do with myself. Just found out, like, my younger brother is expecting a kid by his GF, and so, like, it's crazy. And meanwhile, I'm kind of in, like, cool uncle territory. Uncle side. Well, I already have, like, nephews and whatnot. You know, I've already got nieces and nephews. That's not new. And yeah, I'm the cool uncle. But, like, at some point, I wouldn't mind having some kids of my own. But, like, I don't know. I'm that guy where it's like, I have a no-life gamer. All I do is go to work, come home and play video games, and then make videos about it. So, like, I ain't even got time for that right now. I'm gonna be that guy that's, like, having kids at, like, 40 or 50 or something. Because, like, I just don't even have time right now. We are on the grind set. I'm working on my Lala grind set. Out to bed? Yeah, sure thing. You have a good one, Wrath. And Happy New Year if I don't see you. Friends is getting married next year, another's also engaged. It's weird. Yeah. Or Uncle Spider. Lol. You ever find yourself a no-life GF? I don't know. I feel like my GF would have to be, like, the most normal lady that's ever existed. Like, just the most boring, average person in the world. We can't both be no-life MMO gamers. Kids are so expensive, yeah. Adopt a chat. What's up, Squidzer? My friends and I are having a fantastic time finding ourselves in your recap videos. Glad to hear it. You raise kids, I hunt achievements. We're not even close, pal. Yeah, exactly. You got a girlfriend, I got achievements. Who's really winning here? A chef who plays max height male row. How to deal with tiny folk terrorizing the in-game. I don't know, I think it would be cool. Having kids, you know, raising a family and whatnot. I think it would be really cool. But, I don't have time right now. Too busy. Doing stupid stuff. Alright, I guess I should do some hunt marks, huh? Mateus Forlands. I just feel like, though, there's a lot of things in life where you don't realize it until it's too late that you're going to just look back and regret it. And it's like, well, you know, am I going to look back one day and wish I had spent less time playing dumb video games? It's possible. Probably not, but it could happen, you know? But I don't think I would ever look back and regret having kids, you know? Dravanian Forlands. We're gonna go to Tail Feather. The point you have to decide between gin and diapers. Diapers are the more expensive option. Lol. I don't know. I think I'd be alright. I'm pretty good with my money. Mostly. But more than anything, I don't spend a lot. Lately I've been, like, splurging on, like, random, like, fancy liquor. But even that is still, like, a very small fraction, you know? That's, like, just the miscellaneous fund, pretty much. Because, like, I don't do anything. All I do is play video games. So, like, I go to work, and once the bills are paid, everything else is just, like, it's just, eh. None of my hot bars are set up, so this is kind of cringe. Let's see if I can get a group. Nice mount. Where'd you go? Oh, which one was that? Oh, this one is Cash Shop. Someone gifted it to me. I guess I'm gonna ruin 2. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna ruin 2 times for the price of 1. I need to redo my hot bars. They're a mess. Somehow we still pulled full credit, though. TYPF. TYFP. That's the one. Get some to play some of the games for me. They're better anyways. That would be really cool. I like playing video games. Can you imagine playing video games with your kids? I mean, some people just do that, but, like, I think that would be really cool. Showing my kids how to savage raid, lol. Trick my kids into grinding this achievement, right, lol. Having kids and then not respecting the classes they made. Oh, yeah, naturally. If it's anything but Scholar, they simply chose wrong, but... Well, I guess we can't all play Scholar, so, like, they'll just have to play good tanks and DPS, but... Thank you for pizza, yes. Yeah, Ben said he plays 14 with his son. That'd be pretty cool. 15-year-old and 3-year-old. Man, that is quite a gap. Yeah, no, that's someday, you know. That's one of those, like, that. I guess you can't really put that on the bucket list per se, but like it's probably not going to happen like in the next couple of years. You know, it's a little bit further down the line, but someday I think it would be cool to have some kids. It's good to play warriors, so don't have to heal them. Yeah, there you go. Let's go, Daryl. Couldn't have a second one until the first one could babysit. Ah, poor guy. Just aren't interested. Yeah. $16-year gap between me and my... Oh my god. That's like a lifetime. 16 years, yeah. But like, the biggest gap is, well... Yeah, no, like my younger brother is 7 years younger than me. And that's the biggest, like, consecutive gap. But even that feels like a lot. But Dad, I want to play Bard. I have no son yet. Bard. Lol. Alright, I'm supposed to make a glam. I thought I was onto something, but I don't remember what I was onto, so, like, I guess I'm not onto anything. This is kind of cringe. No. Oh, yeah. That's what it was. I was gonna put the, yeah. This is gonna be my summoner glam. That's what I was onto. Or my Archfiend boot set. Yeah, there we go. How's False Monarchy, actually? Is that any good? Oh, wow. We'll go with this one. I'll probably just leave it in the color it's in. Well, we might be able to find a better color than this. How's royal blue? Oh, it doesn't really dye that much, does it? I guess I kind of just have to leave it in this color if that's all it's gonna do. Alright. How many pure white, I wonder? There's my kids on older Final Fantasies, so when I try to get them into 14, they see all the references and get reeled in the wall. New job reveal and full Dawn Trail trailers next week. Yeah, wow. It really is that close, isn't it? We'll go Snow White. I'm feeling cheap. I don't have any pure white, and I'm too lazy to go get some. Yeah, 2 dye channels is going to be wild. Glams are going to get real crazy. Glams are already pretty crazy. But they're only going to get better. Do I have any crowns I could put on here? Hold on. Angry. I'm just waiting for the day that hats don't delete long hair. Or like hair that has, like, you know, ponytails. I want hats to not delete ponytails. Is that too much to ask? There's only like a handful of hats that don't, and they're those stupid small ones that just sit like on your head a little bit, like. Oh yes, the Kupo crown. This is a perfect match. Angry. Yeah, bunny ears seem fun. Let's go to those. Why not? I'm a summoner, I can do whatever I want. Now I'm very tall. Or maybe I should get a summoner horn on. I don't think I have any in Glam, though. Nah, I don't have any. If I did, I would wear it, but... Half the population's still in 2P boots. Well, they need to release some tall boots that give us some more options. Okay, Veneer is basically just double summoner horn. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm waiting for 7.0 when Summoner's level 100 ability is just summon Zodiark. I mean, why not? Like, if I can summon Bahamut. Doesn't summon anything newer than 2.0. Might want to chill on the Zodiark. Listen, why not? Zodiark was mentioned in 2.0. Summon Alexander. Sounds like a bad time. Summon her? What happened to the channel? I know, right? Some of this tape puffed marshmallow, man. Whoa. Well, what would be the best thing? Like, what would be the coolest thing to summon if we must rule out Zodiark? I'm trying to think, because so many of the, like, most of the primals are just whatever, and I was like, who cares? Right? Like, I mean... Summon him, Neko. The Alexander jokes need to stop, lol. Anima. Summon Eden, lol. Nafika. That one's worth trying. Yeah, I guess, like, there's some decent options. There are some options. I guess I need to read these job quests so that I know what the lore actually is here, but I wonder if we could summon void stuff, you know? I know it's all primals and carbuncles in, like, mechanically speaking, but, like, hypothetically, if I wanted to summon, like, Diabolos, or, you know, Skathak. According to lore, you can summon anything. We shall see. Isn't Reaper technically summoning Void Set? Well, Reaper, you'd make a contract with it, so, like, it's not quite the same process as summoning. It's more like you're just acting as an Aetherite for it to travel to. Athena summon, lol. Tremba! Alright, I'm gonna have to figure out these hot bars as we go, because right now everything's just in no particular place, and that's gonna get annoying real fast, but... Somehow Beacon is still on there, though. I don't even think I'd... Oh, it's probably for my Arcanist hotbar. I was gonna say, I don't remember doing leave quests on Summoner, but... Alright, let's put Physic over here. Very important button. Probably the most important. Earn Summoner? Yeah, I guess so. Down creation magic, not really killing anything as much as you're channeling aspected Aether into gems and giving it shape. Well, let's find out. Let's ask Ymitra here. I know cat girls in FF11 were called Mithra. So this might be like the laziest name in the entire game. Kato123, thank you so much for that follow. Job action trailer is coming out hypothetically soon, yeah. Alright, let's see what Mithra's got for us. Far, far away? Oh, well, I don't know. Something happens in a week or two. JP FanFest, which is going to give us probably a lot of information. Yeah, job action trailer actually for Endwalker didn't come out until like around the time of the PC test thing, right? Like, yeah, it's probably not going to be for a while. Far, far away is my favorite vacations. Far, far away is my favorite Slade song. Austerities of Earth. This is going to give me Summon Titan. What was your favorite job to level? I don't know. I mean, Warrior was pretty cool. I'd say Ninja is probably the most rewarding, because I hated Ninja when I first played it, but when I got it to like 70, 80, I actually really liked it, so that one was nice. Anyway, Austerities of Earth. We got a lot of quests to do. We got to start these or we're never going to get anywhere. I need to not be up extremely late tonight, because I need to be up extremely late tomorrow night, so. Let's see. Titan's Essences infuses your aura, Charity. I foresee no further obstacles preventing us from attempting the next ritual. She just gets that voice, I suppose. Shall we proceed with the Austerities of Earth? I have every confidence that you shall succeed in binding Titan Eggy to your will. According to my research, the most suitable location for the ritual is a place bound to the southwest of Alder Springs in the North Shroud. A heretofore buried layer of ancient rock exposed by the violent upheavals of the Calamity has lent the surrounding area an overwhelming earthen aspect. The conditions will be perfect. I will await you at our destination, Charity. It's so tranquil here, don't you agree? 'Twas my sister that first told me about this place. Ah, I see you come with questions. Oh. I was just gonna see if she had any, like, quest dialogue, but no. Warrior home, gang your heart. Oh, God. Black Mage hated it for a long while leveling. Yeah, see, I leveled Black Mage mostly through PvP, so I didn't really get the proper Black Mage leveling experience. I still haven't played it at 90. Shaky standing table with your glass beer bottle, wobbling about stressfully out. I've had much more precious things on this podium that have never fallen off. Of course, there was the wine incident. God, what was I doing in the fabled wine incident. What were we even doing? I think it was first tier savage rating. It was somewhere around the first tier. It was very early on Walker. I feel like it was before I cleared the tier, but it was somewhere in there. But yeah, I had a glass of wine sitting here where my teacup is at, and it wasn't the table's fault. I was gesturing wildly, as I often do, and because the cup was taller than my usual mug, I just barely grazed it with my hand, and poured it all entirely into my keyboard, which instantly died. That was the second keyboard I've killed on stream. Or wait, no. It might have been this keyboard. It might have been this keyboard, actually. And it didn't die. It didn't die because half of the keys were really sticky for like a month. For like several months. I think this is that same keyboard. I think some of the keys are still sticky. But if it wasn't, that would mean that this would have happened during Abyssos. It had to have been during Abyssos then, if it was this keyboard. And yeah, because that was in the first stream office, the tiny one. It was upstairs in the smaller bedroom. Because then we moved to the bigger one, and now we're in the basement. Alright, let's see. The ritual you're about to perform is essentially no different from the austerities of flame. Instead of fire, however, you'll be concentrating on shifting your etheric balance toward the spectrum of Earth. Once you've achieved the required state of Earth and affinity, the primal captured essence will tumble forth and coalesce into the stony form of Titan Eggy. Weird that we will be getting Titan out here and not like
Cider's glow stick.
In Lenosia, but, well, I guess we're looking for Earth Ether, not specifically Titan worship. Draco 4000, thank you so much for that tier 1 subscription for a 30th month. That's another month of Mad Babies and a little more cider in your glass. As before, you must demonstrate unflinching authority if you would convince the newborn avatar to heed your commands. What? Let us begin. Not a 3x combo. Thank you so much for that Prime subscription. You now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several Mad Babies. Angry. Mad because Jolly Rancher. It's chicken time. Hey, Mitra, you wanna remind me how to play my job? I've ruined 2 on 2 buttons, why? Fester? I might need to read some of these abilities. Okay, Megastar 14, FF14, thank you so much for that. Follow. Semnetic, thank you so much for that Prime subscription. You now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several Mad Babies. Alright, let's see. We're gonna figure this thing out on the fly. Okay, we can do Aether Charge now. I think there's something I'm missing on my hotbar. Oh. Things are happening. Oh, I guess he's dead. I was just learning how to play, but whatever. Oh, well done, Charity! Ah, crap! It's a ruin. I come in search of Allegan relics, and what do I find but a pair of incompetent dabblers? By what jest of fate did you chance across such undeserved power? Oh no, not a rival summoner, who I'm gonna have to confront and defeat in the last quest, like every single job quest ever. And who might you be, sir, to boldly question our accomplishments? If you have indeed unlocked the secrets of summoning, then you must be in possession of the very treasure I seek. How terribly convenient. I need only slay you both and take what I need from your bloody corpses. We could just talk about it. Like, make me an offer, I'll sell it to you. Gods below, a summoner? But how? Cease your infantile prattle. The continuation of my divine work far outweighs the worth of your pitiful lives. Okay. We really could talk this out, I bet. He's just like, hey, you summon things, I'm gonna kill you. Well, just chill, bro. Eat wind, idiot. You think you stand against me? Foolish bravado. You will burn nevertheless. Be on your guard. His power is building. Oh no, not his power. And get earthed, the idiot. Down with you! Oh. Oh! Oh, was I supposed to be killing him? I was fighting the thing. Why do you struggle so? I mean, we're both standing just fine. Your unwillingness to accept oblivion but delays the inevitable. Alright. Calm down there, Todd Howard. Heed me, Avatar of Infernal Flame! Incinerate these fools in all-consuming hellfire! Chimkin. What? Feel nature's fury, you vile blackguard! Is this like... I'm gonna end soon. I need to go to Balmung. I tire of this childish game. Thank your gods for granting you another day of miserable existence. Okay, bye. He's gone. What a decidedly unpleasant fellow. We really never had a single conversation. This guy could have just said, like, yo, what's your guys' deal? Like, maybe you can give me the thing so I could do the thing that I'm trying to do or whatever. We could have just talked it out. It's not even, like, evil so much as he's just stupid. Like, he didn't even try to bargain with us. Balmung. Let's add an on the way to that. Not talking is the entire Sage quest line. Yeah. I really didn't like the Sage quest line. Oh, crap. Alright, I gotta hit in. If it's Aetherasians, then the Orosite Void Scent will Calamity Era, and that means the Allagan War of the Magi will source the first until the Elementals Garly. That is, yeah. I believe that is correct. Heidel in the Shard Zodiac. Light aspected ambient ether. Live stream. But this guy's like the worst villain in history. I mean, every villain, it's villain 101, really. I don't know why I didn't just stay on Balmung. I was already in the North Shroud. Whatever. Villain 101 is you always try to convince the hero to join you before you know, like, try and kill him. Because if we work together, we could be stronger than ever. Unstoppable. We could rule the world. That's what you're supposed to say. Well, this guy's just like, die, idiot. But then he's not even strong, so, like, he can't even beat us. So now he's humiliated himself, and we've only just met. That's the first impression we've made. He attacks us on sight, but loses horribly. Imagine that 0.1%. Yeah, exactly. The worst villain in the Marauder questline, and that questline's rival was a buffalo. Yeah. I mean, so far they're 1 for 1. Because, you know, the buffalo shows up and it attacks you. That's what this guy did. Zermit, thank you so much for that follow. How many players at these S ranks because your videos now? I don't know. I mean, they were already pretty popular before I, like, started doing them. Like, there's a surprising number of people that were already hunting S ranks. I doubt that I have helped increase that number by much. You know, it was already a pretty big thing. Surprisingly so. You show up to a hunt sometimes, and depending on the time of day and the day of week, you know, there could be like over 100 people there. No, I'm out of tea. I'm out of tea and out of beer. This is a problem. And I could solve at least one of those problems pretty easily, so let's go ahead and do it. Yeah, I gotta get as many S ranks as I can today, because I'm probably not gonna get very many tomorrow. Whoa, almost lost a beer. Is alcoholic tea a thing? Yes, there is tea beer. And I've gotta say, it's actually not bad. It sounds weird, but it ain't bad. And also, kombucha is technically alcoholic. You can also get hard kombucha. Kombucha is just fermented tea, so like it always has a small percentage of alcohol, like usually like 0.5%. But you can get ones that are fermented longer that get up to like 5%. I haven't tried those, though. I only got 10 seals, alas. But you get achievement credit. That's more important than the seals. Tea and whiskey. That's a hot toddy, I believe, is the name of that drink. Twisted tea and hard iced tea. Yeah, that's also true, yeah. Let's see. Well, I suggest we return to Apkalu Falls. I have no desire to linger here and chance another encounter with whomever that deranged mage was. Sugradania. They did pull that pretty quickly, to be fair. Like, I barely showed up on time myself. Leave it to you, Mitra, to stand as far away from Netherite as possible. Oh, yeah. Hey. When does the Starlight celebration end? Let me pull this up. Lodestone. 10 hours. there's so much dumb news that I can't find. Oh, here we go. Okay. December 31st at 7 a.m. So, 7 a.m. PST. That's 10 a.m. my time. So, yeah, you're right. Yeah, 10 hours. So I'm going to need to do that. Nothing you have to do today. I mean, the later I stay up tonight, the later I wake up tomorrow, which means the later tomorrow's stream starts. And tomorrow's the fun stream, because that's New Year's Eve. Now's a good time to ask if y'all got plans for New Year's Eve, because my plans are to... I'm going to be here streaming. Eating pizza, drinking... Well, cider. Well, I haven't decided yet how trashed I want to get, but I got a 6-pack of cider. So I'll probably be sipping on that all day. And then we'll save the really hard drinking for, you know, midnight turn of the new year. Probably going to get pretty wasted. Have plans, won't be here, alas. Use 14 raid terminology with my non-14 friends. I want to crawl into a hole. Dude, I got a problem. Like, there's a couple, like, I've had some close saves.
Crazy to me that this is at 24 months.
Yeah, time flies. Purple's here. Thank you so much for that Prime subscription for a 24th month. That's another month of Mad Babies. 2 whole years. A little more cider in your glass. Right on time for the new year, huh? That's release Monday. Yeah, I have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off, so like I can utterly destroy myself, and I've got time to recover. But I'm gonna drink responsibly, have plenty of water and whatnot. So I'm hoping to wake up with a minimal hangover, or ideally none. But you know, I'm gonna be doing a lot of drinking tomorrow night, I expect. Got Rye. Plans are probably achievement hunting. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing some achievements all day tomorrow. And again, it's my one cheat day to close out 2023, so I'm going to be eating pizzas and slamming possibly rum. Well, I'm going to be sipping ciders all day, and then I think I'll start drinking around midnight. Should be fun. Like, I'm going to do, like, I got some achievements planned to work on throughout the day, and then midnight we're probably just going to chill/party. Picked up some Saint Germain. It's pretty good. It's not the strongest drink ever, but I like the taste of it. Yeah, I got some stuff to drink tomorrow that I'm really looking forward to trying. So that'll be fun. Oh my god, Bernhilder. Oh wait, I'm already in Gridania. Let's do that. I'm wrong. Shadowbringers Hunt. You got to get on the world transfer real fast because people like. Watch how big the queue is going to be, even though I just got here. Okay, I'm only 8. If you're a minute late to world transfer for a Shadowbringers hunt, there'll be like a 50-person queue. Like, you can miss the hunt if you're not quick enough on the world transfer. Tomorrow's the other 700 B ranks. Oh god. I think it might even take longer than a full stream to get 700 B. Like, it took a while to get just to 300, and I started at over 100, so yeah, that was rough. That was way rougher than I thought it was going to be. It was such an intensive grind that for the first time in like almost 2 years, I put on an anime in the background. The only time I used to watch anime was when I was grinding on RuneScape. And for doing B ranks, I kind of felt like watching an anime. So I loaded up Netflix, and man, the Netflix selection right now is not very good, but... Suggestion for something to mix with a slightly too sweet limeade. Slightly too sweet limeade. Lime goes with gin. It goes with, I want to say, vodka. Maybe light tequila. But yeah, I would look at lighter drinks. Usually you mix lime with like lighter drinks. I would do gin, but I like gin. Got the Germain for Royals. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I did actually get a bottle of champagne just because, like, I don't even know if I'm going to drink much of it. I just want to pop the cork. I just want to have a bottle that I can pop the cork off of. So I got, like, the cheapest stuff that has an actual cork in it, which is, like, barefoot, you know. It'd be high to spam pause, yeah, lol. S-Rank's popping on Crystal. Oh, well, we got 2 in the past 20 minutes, so I'd say they're okay. I don't think it's a big spawning day. Usually Saturdays are not as big. I think Sunday, for whatever reason, seems to be the big S-Rank day. Like, every time I do a Sunday stream, there's always tons of S-Ranks that are spawning. So usually, like, I'll do Tuesday off stream. I do a lot of hunts on Tuesday. That's a huge hunt day, but it's reset day, you know? And then there's probably, I would say, like, maybe Thursday or Friday is probably where, like, all of them respawn. I don't usually do any hunting then because I'm busy. But then they're all back up on Sunday, so. Gin, what I imagine pine trees taste like. Depends on the type of gin you get. But yeah, I got a local gin recently that really tastes like pine trees. Coconut rum. We'll put the lime in the coconut. Yeah, do it. That'll probably work. Doctor! Doctor! Warmongers and Endwalker B rank and Garlemald, but only has 4 spawns all in a small radius. Yeah, someone commented that on the video. I didn't, I need to look into that, but. Yeah, because I checked the Namazu one on my own. Like, so there was also a comment that mentioned the Namazu one in Stormblood, but, like, I tested that because I was looking through the wiki for, like, hunt marks that had relatively close spawns. I tested the Namazu one, and it was, like, it ended up being slower than the one in Northern Dandelion for me. Maybe I just suck, I don't know, but, like, it seemed like it wasn't that fast. But, yeah, I didn't know about the Garlemald one because I didn't look that far into it. I basically just stopped. Well, like, I figured the Thalon one was good enough, because after I tested the Namazu, I was like, the expansion B ranks probably are just going to be slow. Opening champagne with a saber? Well, yeah, that's all well and good, but, like, I must have lost my saber in the move. I don't just have one lying around, so. You don't have all the Eureka weapons. No, not yet. I'm looking forward to that. I love Eureka. You need 70 job quest weapons to upgrade into Eureka weapons? Yeah, you do. I think Dawn Trail will add a lot to the grind. Probably, yeah. Every expansion, they add a couple of achievements that nobody sees coming. Like, nobody would have predicted 20,000 Accursed Horde, you know, with Endwalker. They just dropped that, you know, just because. Eureka Orthos comes out, and then all of a sudden, 20,000 Accursed Horde screw you, you know? So, like, there's always something you're not expecting, right? Like 30,000 gatherings on your island sanctuary. There's always stuff like that, so yeah, Dawn Trail will add a lot to the grind, I'm sure of it. Oh my god. Well, hey, this one's on my world. I'm never gonna get any of these quests done. Jar of Orange Moonshine. Dawn Trail adds another field operation. It sounds like it's going to. It's not confirmed yet, but they've kind of hinted that they're, like, probably going to do it, and I think they will. I think they will. Lodestar tools. I'll get around to it. After Dawntrail will be Relic Grinder, the last and 100% free expansion you can only enter by handing a fully complete version of every relic in game. Replicas don't count, lol. GG to everybody that upgraded their ARR relics to start the anima grind then. You gotta redo it. Discord are you using? Centurio. So he's got all logos and at least one of the weapons, plus shiny armor, but been too busy crafting. Yeah, I really like Eureka a lot. So, like, I've got these 5 Eureka relics in my inventory right now because I was working on these casually at the beginning of the year. So I got my Pyros Battle Axe. All the Pyros Battle Axe is done. It's ready to move on to the Hydato step, but the rest of these 4 were all in the Pyros stage. And I took these 5 relics out and I was just working them all through one zone at a time. And so I got everything through Animos, got everything through Pagos, and yeah, I stopped at Pyros because I got distracted with other stuff, but yeah. This Bob holding in Pyros for the heck of it. Hey, it's a good building. Those 999 stacks of just random gathering materials. Yeah, I was working on gathering achievements like a month or 2 ago. I was doing them with my morning cardio. But lately I use all my morning cardio time just for morning editing. And so I haven't been doing as much gathering, tragically. Like be able to queue for things while grinding them. That would be better, yeah. This wasn't my idea. Someone said it in Twitch chat, and I agreed that it was a great idea, but like, just, it would be cool if the overworld was Bazia instead of Bazia being Bazia, you know? Like, just make the overworld like that, where it's got, like, you know, big super fights that you can, you know, sign up for, and like super raids that you can sign up for every hour and whatnot. Like, that would solve the whole thing. Might make it harder with, like, they wouldn't be able to have like lost actions, I guess, but or they could if they really wanted to. But a lot of other MMOs do that. Yeah, because it's a good idea. Hellhead Seal's overcapped. Oh, did I? Oh, crap, I skipped dialogue. Whatever. Uki, thank you so much for that Prime subscription. You now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. Those two had extensive not fates. 14 has got some fate chains that are really fun. I wish they had more of them, but yeah. Anyway, I also did not expect to be suddenly fighting for my life. What precious treasure do we carry that this callous stranger was so willing to kill us to possess it? Is it my soul crystal? It usually is. Such mysteries aside, I am most glad you were able to secure the Titan Eggy before the summoner decided to unleash his fiery avatar. Without its protection, I doubt we would have survived that conflagration. The Eggy of Earth, as was so aptly demonstrated, is not a force to be trifled with. You should certainly take the time to explore its capabilities as well as its limitations. Be careful, however, not to neglect other magics at your disposal. Meanwhile, I shall confer with my colleagues in the Sons of St. Koinak and see what I might learn of that hostile summoner. We shall meet anon. Imitra is from the Sons of St. Koinak? The guys that just study Allegan crap? I mean, I guess half the Scions are just like Allegan scholars. You know, that's all Graha was. He was just a dude that studied Allegan lore. Isn't Bazio an overworld map with 3 instances like every other map? Nah. Probably some kind of janky server limitation thing. Like, I always say I don't accept that as an excuse, and I don't, but like that would be my guess. It probably like wouldn't play well with the servers and their current limitations. if they move forward to the point that they stop supporting the PS4, they could probably upgrade a lot of that. Because, well, it was the PS3 that was holding everything back for a long time, right? Now that's out the door. Now it's the PS4 that's holding us back, so... It's not like there isn't a whole system for fate changes, yeah. The big dragon that just attacks a peach. Big Jane with like a pirate ship or something that was storming Red Belly, but good. Right, next expansion after Dawn Trail. Yeah, it'll be a little while to drop the PS4, but like once they do, man, imagine how far forward the game can go when they're not held back by that old thing, that old relic. Be weird to add Xbox in 7.0 and drop it in 8.0. I don't know, because I mean, like, 8.0 is still 2 years away, like... Oh wait, are they adding Xbox One support? I mean, I guess it just depends on how many people have, like, whatever the new Xbox is. I don't even know anymore, but, like, Series S or, like... I don't know. It depends on the install base, but... PS4 is a ball and chain holding everything back. I mean, yeah, like, consoles, like, I don't mind supporting older computers, but older computers, like, are leaps and bounds ahead of older consoles, you know? Oops, Herdy TTV, thank you so much for that follow. Sorry, I had my wrong screen up, so I missed the notification. Couldn't get a PS5 very easy for a while. Oh yeah, like, don't get me wrong, PS5 is still too new for them to drop PS4 support. I'm just saying, like, PS4 is now the thing that's holding us back. You know, like, I'm not surprised that they're still supporting PS4. They're going to for years. It's just, like, it is now the new minimum, you know? It's the thing that's holding us back. Because remember when they added debuff timers, debuff timers for the party list, and they're like, you know, if you turn this feature on, it might hurt your frame rate on console. You know, that's the type of stuff, like those little things that you don't think about, but, like, that's the type of crap that console struggles with. Just random stuff you wouldn't suspect, because they're probably using, like, the hardware to its fullest to get the best performance they can out of it. But, like, yeah, anything beyond the bare minimum in terms of, like, technical requirements in game is gonna make those systems struggle. So anyway, I'm gonna make a cup of tea and then we'll do the next quest. That's what his story, never get a gaming PC, is now building his own PC. Lol. Alright, let's see. Ymitra. Shadowing the Summoner. This White Widow, thank you so much for that follow. How fared you with your training, Charity? For my part, I had some success in uncovering the identity of our mysterious attacker. We knew that our assailant was capable of summoning a Freet Eggy, so I perused the records of past expeditions for those who claimed to have triumphed against the Lord of the Inferno. Of these victorious primal hunters, there were 8 names listed as present whereabouts unknown. After eliminating unlikely candidates based on race and gender, I was left with but a single name, Tristan. He could have skipped all that and just told me, yeah, his name is Tristan. He was there when they beat Ifrit. Assuming the records are accurate, this cure was once registered as a soldier in the Immortal Flames. As to how the man came by his skills as a summoner, or why he sought to kill us, however, I remain woefully ignorant. Nevertheless, I have witnessed him use the art of summoning for casual brutality, and that I cannot countenance. This power should never be employed for the sake of tyranny or personal gain. It was meant to oppose such evils. Bruh, every summoning we've witnessed ever was used for tyranny and personal gain. What are you talking about? It is our responsibility to bring this Tristan to justice. Should we stand idle, his reprehensible actions could very well stain the good name of future summoners who have yet to answer their calling. The art itself could be outlawed. The very mention of it, taboo. Okay, that's not true. Most of the beast tribes summoned primals, usually because they were being oppressed in some way. Some of them were just jerks, but a lot of them, like the kobolds, for example, like they had a pretty good reason to summon Titan. Now, through my inquiries, I was able to determine that a war comrade from Tristan's days in the military resides in Little Alamigo. I ask that you pay a visit to his former soldier and learn what he knows of our callous villain. Alright. Moogles are jerks. I don't remember why the Mog Guard summoned Good King Moggle the 13th. I don't think there was really any reason. I think it was just, they were like, hey, remember Good King Moggle the 13th? He was pretty cool, right? And then they just summoned him one day. It was almost like an accident. Gojin didn't even know what a primal was. We technically did that one, I think. Yeah. And then there's like, you know, so many of the expansion primals just happen off screen. You know, you show up to the Ananta and it's like, hey, by the way, there's a primal here. Or like the Nath, you know, you just come to the Dravanian Forelands and the Nath are like, by the way, we summoned Ravana. When? A while ago. He's just chilling. So let's bring treasure. Yeah, they didn't do a good job of explaining how Susano got summoned exactly, because it wasn't really like a deliberate ritual. There's some kind of retcon that like goes into the details of why it happened the way it did or whatever, but like, yeah, really the real reason was there needed to be a boss fight at that point in the MSQ. And this is Stormblood we're talking about, so it's like, well, we need a boss fight here. How do we make that happen? You get the necklace and the sword and the thing too close together and it just, whoop, there's the boss. It's one of the coolest fights in the game and it just happens because. Level 66 and all the stupid quests are still about proving myself to the locals, lol. I mean, that's like probably 60 to 70% of every quest in the entire game. Like, it doesn't matter which expansion. That's like every single one. And welcome to FF14. Yeah, just JRPGs in general, but especially this one. My tea is done. I'm going to grab that. Evan's word was an actual journey, though. Yeah, but what did we do on that journey? What did we do on that journey? We show up to Ishgard and we're like, please give us shelter. And they're like, okay, sure. Go help my sons. One of them is dealing with Vanu on the Camp Cloud Top or whatever. The other one is dealing with heretics in the Kurthus West. After you're done with that, you go to the Dravanian Forelands. You show up and the locals are all like, yo, help us out. And so you do. And then yeah, they're like, yeah, the dragons are over there. You go to the dragons. Dragons are like, we'll let you climb up the mountain if you deal with this Nath problem first. You know, you got to prove yourself to them. Then you show up to the Mughals and they're like, do all of our chores for us and we'll help you out. Like it's literally every expansion is like you go to a place and then you have to prove yourself by doing chores. It's every single one. So yeah, Heavensward was a journey, but like the actual questing was still just prove yourself to the locals. That was the fight that made me want to tank someday. It's such a, yeah, Susanoo was one of the best fights I think in the game. Like Stormblood had just like probably all the best trials. Period. Like it's hard to think of trials that rival the ones in Stormblood. They're few and far between. Whereas almost every trial in Stormblood just basically knocks it out of the park. Like I wish they'd make more stuff like that again. You know. Like I said, there's a handful here and there that are really cool, but for the most part, trials are just kind of like, they ain't like Stormblood. Dawn Trail will be the same. Oh yeah, of course it will. Like I said, the whole game is that. Like I don't expect it to be different all of a sudden. Shadowbringers Erasure. Are you telling me that everything in Shadowbringers isn't just go to place, prove yourself, and then get help from the locals? Because that's literally it's the same as all the other expansions. What happens when you show up in Lakeland? Graha's like... When you show up in Lakeland, they're like, help us with the things. And then you do. Yeah, like the patch stories are always different because you've already established yourself with all the locals, so like you don't have to do that anymore. Usually it's just like the patch stories are usually somebody does something stupid. That's usually how those go. Somebody did something stupid. You know, Estinian put the Dragon Balls together and now we got to figure that out. Meanwhile, Warriors of Darkness show up for some reason. You know, Amanolin did a bunch of stupid stuff. That was a lot of plot. Mateus. Zone Seeker on Mateus. Base expansion is always like prove yourself to all the locals, learn their local culture, and then they help you out in the end. Patch story is always somebody did something dumb, and now you gotta go solve that. Elise invited tempered idiots into the throne room with all the most important people in the region and was surprised when that didn't work out. And remember Thancred in level 19 MSQ, where he tells you that people that are tempered can't be saved, and so we just kill them? Like, they tell all the locals at frickin' Camp Drybone, they tell them, okay, now we gotta take all these tempered soldiers so that we can cure them. That's what they tell the locals, like, we're gonna go cure them. But then Thancred tells you, you know, after the big speech is made, he's like, yeah, there's actually no cure for this, bro. Like, we're just gonna kill them. We're gonna take them and execute them because we can't solve tempering. They can't be saved. They will always be, you know, slave to Ifrit now. There's nothing we can do to fix it. You know, and then 2 expansions later, Lisa's like, we invited the tempered, yeah, why not? We didn't think they'd actually show up, but they did, and so we're gonna receive them anyway. Lo and behold, it doesn't work out. It's like everybody could have predicted that it wouldn't work out. Every single Scion in the Scions would have said this is a bad idea, but they needed to have a cool solo duty for the patch, and to be fair, it was pretty fun. That's really all it came down to. That's most of Stormblood. Like, the writing is in service of the gameplay in Stormblood. In many of the other expansions, it's kind of the other way around. In Stormblood, they're like, we just want to have really cool gameplay. Write the story whatever, like, in whatever way you have to get to the gameplay. And, you know, for what it's worth, the gameplay in Stormblood was really fun. Shadowbringers Trials, everyone bangs. Innocence, though? Like, Innocence? What about Innocence? Titania is just okay in my book. Titania's kind of mid-IMO. Innocence is good. Is it? Is it really? Like, I know not every trial can have Byakko skydiving or, Suzaku DDR. But, like, The Tiny Soul Rex DF? That's not surprising. There's a handful of trials that do that. I mean, I remember back when I started playing the game, frickin' Ravana used to wreck DF. I remember kids, I mean, granted, this was Crystal pre-data center travel, but, like, people didn't know how to fight butterflies. They would just DPS the boss, it'll be fine. And then everybody but the tanks die because nobody killed the butterflies. Oh, man. Music and Shadowbringers fights are... Well, the music is always awesome, though. That's like a... That's a freebie, you know? There's almost no places where the music has ever really dropped the ball. The worst example I can think of is, like, the first tier of Pandemonium. The music was... It was subpar there, you know? Like, Hic Sunt Leonis was pretty good, but the rest was just, like, it was throwaway. But I can't even think of any other example where the music wasn't great, you know? Let's kill the ads ASAP and you get idiots who just don't do that because I guess they think the ads are just set dressing. I think some people just tunnel bosses and don't pay attention, you know? Especially if you're playing default settings with all effects on, like, the butterflies in Ravana would have been easy to miss. Better than most games even at that low point. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the Pandemonium music was, like, fine. It was what I would call serviceable. I would call it serviceable. But, like, as far as raid music goes, like, compared to other raid music, it was noticeably lackluster. Because then you got Abyssos, which knocked it out of the park, followed by Anabasios, which knocked it out of the park. It's like, you know... And this is coming out of Shadowbringers Rage, which... Actually, I don't... Well, I didn't do Savage in Shadowbringers, so I didn't really, like... I don't have much to say about it. But I remember that at least the normal music was pretty good and varied. A lot of it was just FF8 music, from what I recall. But hearing one instrumental track for 3 fights, yeah. And then there was no Phase 2 song for P4S. Either, so it was like it was just the raid tier that had the least music. Do the stupid leaves, lol. Lol, welcome to Leave Quest. That's a ball that will never be unchained from your leg now. Wish Walker Trials wrecked PF more. Yeah. There's not as many, like, I don't know, like, it doesn't help that most of the jobs at 90 play on easy mode, you know what I mean? Like, tanks have so much healing output that you don't really need a healer to be alive. And then, other than, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, that's probably the biggest thing. That's probably the biggest reason, is just, like, tanks don't rely on healers really much at all anymore. And then healers have so many, like, save the entire raid buttons now on normal mode that even if you're, like, sucking at healing, as long as you're pressing some buttons, like, chances are you're still doing fine for normal mode, you know? Because, like, all of the healer kits feel really overpowered in normal mode. Anytime I go back to normal and I'm using, like, you know, deployment tactics and everybody's got full bar shields, there's no mechanic in normal that even does that much damage. Like, so yeah, I think tanks and healers have kind of outpaced normal difficulty. So maybe normal mode just needs to hit harder. Maybe that's the solution. Because, yeah, there are some interesting mechanics in a lot of the trials. There's just, they don't really do a lot of damage. They're not, like, they're tuned a little bit low. But also, I have, you know, Savage Raid gear, so that probably makes it easier. I don't know. Like, I'm never really doing these fights on min-eye level, you know? How's it going, son? Happy New Year. Some trials need to punish mistakes a little more Vaughn stacks or something. Yeah, like, something to spice it up. It shouldn't be, like, so hard that you need a whole lockout to clear it, but you should have to try more. Primary Mammoth 099, thank you so much for that follow. But there's also the fear that, like, they might be designing fights now with bots in mind. You know, like, look at all the dungeons that got updated for friggin' duty support, and they're all easier. Like, every single one where they updated it for the bots to do them, they made the mechanics easier. And so, like, it could be they're designing the trials thinking that someday they're gonna have duty support, you know? So maybe they're, you know, simplifying it more. I don't know if that's, you know, the case or not, but that's pure speculation, but you never know. I mean, could be true. Could turn out to be true. Normals can't hit too hard because you could easily have, like, double white mage. Yeah, but I mean, like, they could still hit harder than they do. Like, that's, you know, they could tune it to where it would still be, like, functional. More damage downs? I don't know, because, like, then if people ignore mechanics, it's just going to take forever to kill it, and that's also annoying, like, just in a different way. Fix the extra ARR dungeons. I like those, though. I like the extra ARR dungeons. I don't want them to fix them. They're the only dungeons that still have character. Only tune of the damage, but I don't expect them to do like 70 to 80%. I'd be fine with 70 to 80% raid wides. I mean, hey, look at Harrowing Hell in P10N. That one's a lot of damage, you know? I wish there were more times like that where you actually wake up and realize you have to press buttons in a normal mode, because, like, it's rare that that happens these days. Qualamp, thank you so much for that follow. You make mechanics hurt more without requiring shield healers in the party. Yeah. Cider hurt me more, Spider. Nah, just Cider healer main that gets bored sometimes in normal content, Spider. Like, just got 99 agility? Congrats. Now you're fast AF. Well, I mean, you're not any faster, but you can run a lot longer. What is the agility cape? It replaces the graceful cape, right? That's the special thing it does, and it also once per day restores your energy, or is it 3 times per day? Anyway, let's talk to this guy. Well, seems like Tristan wasn't telling tall tales after all. He said I could expect some primal adult sod to show up and start asking questions. Why don't you stay here and play with some friends of mine? I have a message to deliver. She's all yours, ladies. This guy's hiring mercenaries to kill me in Little Alamigo? I'm pretty well liked around these parts. This just seems like a bad idea. Also, why are they mooncats? I mean, that's an elephant. These look like wood whalers. What are they doing here? That was the quest? Wait, it's done? Okay. That was shorter than a paladin quest. Had a couple healers that weren't ready for HH and we wiped. Oh, I believe it. But I'm fine with that, you know? Wiping a couple times in a normal trial is fine. It just shouldn't require the whole lockout to get it sorted out, you know, if everybody's playing at least at an average level of competence. Because like I said, like back in the early days when I started playing before DC travel, you know, Crystal was the meme DC, and like it still is probably the less skilled DC just in terms of like raw playing ability. You know, there's a reason Crystal has the reputation it has. It's the casual RP DC, and the player base does on average reflect that. But like, I used to wipe a lot on Ravana if I got that on roulette. Not for my own fault, just because people wouldn't kill the butterflies, you know, or there wouldn't be enough damage to kill enough of the butterflies, and just stuff like that, you know. But that's fine, you know, 1 or 2 wipes is fine. Much more than that, it starts to be annoying, but like, I do think more difficulty would be not a bad thing. Especially because, again, like I said, the kits are outpacing the difficulty, so like, we have so many abilities now that like, they need to do something to where we like, get more use out of them. People's stories about how they wiped in normal raids, easy stories are a reason the game should increase difficulty, or looking at it backwards, cause and effect. If they start requiring another 2 brain cells, the average skill of the player base will go up. Yeah. The game give damage down over bones for the pure fact that I'm tired of raising the idiots that stand in the bad. I don't mind it so much because it's one of the few interesting things as a healer that I can do in normal content is balance my res economy. Like, you know, try to like, okay, I only got 1 swift cast, so I'm gonna have to hard res if too many people die too fast, and then I have to balance that with still keeping up with healing and still keeping up with mechanics. And like, yeah, that's the only interesting thing I might find myself doing in a normal raid most of the time. Same reduction as graceful, 3% run energy restoration gives full restoration per day. Oh, because it's only 1 per day, okay. French players wipe to ARR content. Why French specifically? I don't know that I've met a French player, but like that's a random correlation. Cure bots and no jobstone people and whatnot. I never see those on Crystal. Oh, I've seen them. I mean, no jobstone is rare. I don't really run into that very often outside of ARR content. But I've seen people that are just genuinely bad at the game. Like, I've run dungeons with them before. Don't know if Crystal's actually that bad. No, it's not that Crystal is that bad. It's that Crystal is the worst of the DCs. Like, if we're talking, like, just on skill level, like, actual job competency, it's the lowest out of the NA DCs. Now, you know, for the most part, things are going to average out to a point where the difference is not that wide. It's not that big of a gap. But there is a gap. ECTOO. Thanks so much for that follow. I'm more on purpose. Stereotype exists. Yeah, like, Crystal is the casual data center. Like, there are noticeably more, like, just casual skill level players on Crystal, like, in my experience. Like, I have observed this personally, and I've played a lot, so. When speaking French are sweethearts, absolutely great people, but they die a lot. It's oddly specific. What about Dynamis? Nobody plays on Dynamis. Who cares? Dynamis, like, the hardest part of playing on Dynamis is logging in. Or at least it seems to be, because nobody does it. And ECT, thank you so much for that raid. How was your stream, man? Crystal's widely considered the best DZ for Eureka, though. Oh, yeah. 100% agree. Because I'm there. No, just joking. I mean, I've never played instance con. I haven't played Eureka or Bosnia on other DCs than Crystal, but the Crystal, like, DC and Bosnia are very active, and they seem to have good communities, so yeah. And again, that's, like, quote-unquote casual content, so, like, I believe it. You know, that seems like something Crystal players would like. Because the difficulty level with Eureka and Bosnia is different, you know? A lot of it is scaled around gearing. But Dynamis is NA, yeah. For the first hour troubleshooting, we got there in the end. Nice. Let's see. You were set upon. The fiend is one step ahead of us. I'd wager 10 years of dig site findings that Tristan warned his old allies long before you set foot in that settlement. They thought you one of the tempered, a mortal in thrall to a primal's will. In addition to being ruthless, it appears that our opponent is highly intelligent and not quite as deranged as I first assumed. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say highly intelligent. Just because he predicted our obvious conclusion doesn't make him highly intelligent. The 100 energy drains and 30 pulls in a minute each. Thanks, ECT. You have a good night. Look on the achievement card. No, thank you. Such a level of planning hints at the existence of some greater scheme, but that is all we know. For the moment, we must be content with the knowledge that he perceives us as a threat and is aware of our efforts to track him. Speaking of which, you did exceedingly well to survive the trap into which I blithely sent you. I must apologize for my carelessness. I will not underestimate this man again. On a happier note, however, my efforts to decipher the Allegan text proceed apace. Here, you must read this. With your skills already tried and tested against the Eggy, you should have little difficulty in mastering a secondary summoning technique such as this. Let us put this day's disaster behind us and focus on the wonders that lie ahead. Well, this quest was just filler, so... He must be among Eorzea's most fiercest intellects. He basically predicted, like, the most obvious outcome. He looked at the situation from our perspective and said, what are they going to do next? That's like the most basic level of intelligence. It's not high intelligence. Scarly Scars, thank you so much for that follow. But you have 9 moreable minions in your saddlebags. Oh, so, you see, there's actually a really good reason for this. Because if you have 9 moreable seedlings in the left side of your Chocobo saddlebag, it increases your rare drop rate by 0.017%. I can confirm this is true because I got the Copycat Cassie minion as a drop in Pagos. I can also confirm this is true because, watch, because I have 9 Morwell seedlings in my Choco saddlebags, I'm about to win the Jumbo Cacpot. Oh, hey, I got an achievement. You could already be a winner 3. See? When it cumulative 500,000 MGP from the Jumbo Cactpot. That counts as a win in my book. You know why I got that? Because I have 9 Morbles in my saddlebag. You don't, and therefore you didn't get that. Azoth259, thank you so much for that follow. First place is my last ticket. Ah, crap. Look, I've looked into my crystal marble ball, and it has told me that first place is going to happen next week. You lose 100% of the gambles that you don't take. Almost got that 260k too. Yeah, it's the Morbles. I didn't look at what my actual numbers were. There's progress on triple triad stuff. When I first started playing this game, I got really obsessed with the triple triad grind during my MSQ run. And so, before any other achievement grind, triple triad was the grind I was on. So I think I only need like 8 more cards to get the card mount, and I haven't done any triad grinding in Endwalker. So as far as Endwalker cards go, I only have the ones that I just got from like running dungeons and whatnot, just luckily. I haven't done any of the NPCs yet, but I have almost every card before Endwalker. What was I doing? Oh yeah, that. Let's go do that. Oh, I gotta tell, guys. It says, hello, are you currently looking for an FC? I'm going to run away as fast as I can. I appreciate the people that at least ask instead of just sending me an invite, but at the same time, like, just leave me alone. Elegant attire. Elegant attire of this farce. I'm gonna be right back. How's it going, Totosuke? Welcome to the stream. Alright. Leave it to me to get drunk off of 2 beers. The only problem is, there's 1 beer left, so, yeah. So here's a question for you guys. I have this bottle opener. It's double-sided. One side is a normal bottle opener, and, it's like the rounded one. The other side is the exact same thing except pointy. Why is it pointy? What kind of bottle do you need a pointy bottle opener for? I don't see how that, like, improves it in any way. Cutting into juice cans, what? For her pleasure, yeah. Can opener, is that a thing? People use this to open cans? Like, what? I like how everybody knew that with me, apparently. Those cans you need to punch a hole at. What cans are those? What kind of cans are you guys opening? Juicy juice in a can? Pineapple juice cans? Tomato juice used to come in a can. It still does. A can of juice is a weird thing, though. Like, are the rappers screaming all in our ears like we're deaf? Whatever that reference is, I don't get it. But here's the thing. The pointy side of the can, the bottle opener, can still open bottles. See? Just like that. So, like, I don't know. I just thought it was, like, for some other esoteric purpose. But anyway, this is the last beer. I got a 6-pack of cider for tomorrow, but that's for tomorrow, so. We'll see how many of those we can drink in a day. I've killed a 6-pack on stream before, though, so that's not, like, it's not that hard. I mean, when the stream is, like, 10 hours long, it gets a lot easier, but. It was called a church key. Well. Elegant attire. Greetings, Charity. Though it is good to see you, I'm afraid I have yet to ascertain Tristan's ultimate objective. I only know that he is cunning and brutal and will stop at nothing to achieve his purpose. As matters stand, we but chase after this man's shadow. Such a straightforward pursuit will, I believe, leave us ever one step behind. Our sole advantage is the treasure we possess that Tristan appears to covet. Eventually his desire will bring him to us. Where and when Tristan will strike, I cannot say, but it is unlikely to be on a field of our choosing. Thus, I suggest we prepare for this inevitable conflict as best we may. As fortune would have it, the ruins of Mordona may have provided us with a new source of strength. Word among the suns is that a set of evoker's attire has been unearthed. Made during the reign of the Allegan Empire, these enchanted garments were sewn for the exclusive use of summoners. I can only imagine the degree to which they will enhance your already impressive powers. The man supervising the excavation efforts at St. Koinek's find, Rambros, is a dear friend of mine. In light of our circumstances, I am certain that he will consent to a request that you be allowed to don the attire. Shall we pay him a visit? Man, as far as, like, overwritten ARR NPCs go, Yamitra's pretty high on that list. Good lord. She just says so many words with so little substance. Just get to the point. Any other conundrums you have confused that chat may simply help you out with? What? Probably not. You guys never help me with anything. Okay, here's a question for you guys. This is a really random one. I feel like I might have talked about this on stream before. Maybe I never did. Just because. For that one guy, there's going to be that one person in the audience that's like, I'm a plumber. If there's any plumbers in the house, now's your time to shine. Speaking of my house. So, at one point, a couple of years ago, there was a random leak in this basement that was coming down the wall. And I thought it was like rainwater or something coming from outside. But it wasn't raining. So I'm like, where is this water coming from? And so I pulled off the insulation from the edge of the basement to see, like, where the water was coming from. And Kylopen, thank you so much for that raid. How was your stream? And what I discovered is the ending of a pipe. And so I, noted its location and went upstairs to see what it was connected to. And it's the kitchen sink. So on my kitchen sink, there's a normal drain that goes down and into the black water pipe, like a drain should do. And then there's a branch off of that that goes down and into the wall right above the basement. And it ends just capped off. It doesn't connect to anything. So there's two drain pipes, or rather, my kitchen sink drain pipe has two branches, one of which goes to the actual drain, one of which goes nowhere and is capped off, and was rusted through and leaking. And I have no idea why that would have been there. So ultimately what I did was unscrew the branch and put a cap on it underneath the kitchen sink so that it would stop leaking into my basement. But, like, why would it be there in the first place? Was my question. But granted, the house is like 100 years old, so, like, who knows, you know? Like, it could have been like the plumbing got changed at some point and there was some purpose for it that it no longer served, and so they just capped it off. Kind of like I did, just, like, lower down. Probably connected to water lines that don't exist anymore. Yeah, like, that's my best guess. It's just really random, because I'm like, why is there water coming out of the wall? And then I come to find out, like, there's a second drain line from my kitchen sink that goes nowhere. Like, it's just really weird. But the thing is, like, if it was from an outdated, like, water line, why would they not have taken it out when they updated the water line? Like, there would be no reason to leave it there. Because it's a drain pipe, it's not like it's got water flowing through it, like it's just a drain. Laziness? But like, it would be harder to leave it in than to get rid of it. Oh, I don't know, it just... Because the thing, like, again, they capped the pipe off, like, here in the wall behind me, in the basement. It would have been easier to cap it off under the kitchen sink where I capped it off. Like, there would be no reason to cap it where they did. It would be harder to do that than what I did. Cut it off, cap, and put the wall up. But it's not really a wall, though. Like, this is the foundation of the house. Like, this is a brick, like, it's the basement. Your house is so old, some of your electrical outlets only have 2 slots. I've got a couple like that, yeah. The electrical in this house is really bad. The landlord, the previous owner that sold it to me was telling me how he had basically like a high school class, a high school electrical class come in and use this as a practice house. So they like they updated the wiring. Because it used to have that old wiring, like not in tube or whatever, the stuff that burns your house down. And so, like, I guess my electrical was done by, like, high schoolers. And there's some really weird, like, just electrical crap. Like, it could probably afford to be looked at again. Like, everything works, but there's just weirdness. Like, there was an outlet in the basement over here. The one that my washer dryer are connected to had reverse polarity. I had to fix that myself. Like, there's just, like, random stuff like that. It's like some of the outlets are grounded. Some of them are not. Most of the ones that are grounded are fake grounded, like... They're grounded to the box and not the actual ground. Like, there's a lot of, like, dumb stuff like that. Doobles, thanks so much for that follow. Might need a snake run to the drain for getting overloaded. No, not anymore. It's just... Basically what happened, like, the reason it was leaking previously was because the drain was backed up. Master Ches, thanks so much for that follow. And so instead of the water just falling down the main drain, it was filling back up and into that weird branching drain, which was rusted out, so it was just leaking out of there. And so, yeah, I don't remember how I, like, got the drain unclogged. I think I just, like, plunged it or something, or maybe I used, like, some Drano or something. It wasn't, like, a major clog, but it was clogged just enough that the water was filling back up into the branch drain, which, like, again, went nowhere and just, like, leaked into my wall. Sometimes there's a pipe that just terminates under the sink and overflows into the cabinet as a safety thing if the system gets clogged. Otherwise, your system gets pressurized. It allows air to escape the lines, too. But this was, like, clearly not that, though. Like, because, again, the only reason it was leaking was because it was rusted out. May not have been able to get to it with the tools needed to remove it properly. No, I removed it at the sink level. Like, right under the sink is where the branch goes out. So I removed it there with a pipe wrench. It was very easy. 5 years ago, we had both fuses and breakers, and that's a bad idea. Oh, wow. Actually, my mom's house is like that, fuses and breakers. That's what my mom's house is like. I think she just recently got that fixed, yeah. Because it was like the upstairs of the house was running on fuses, and they would blow sometimes, but the downstairs was on breaker. They had like two separate boxes. Like one was upstairs, one was downstairs. It was really weird. Dryer isn't using a normal dryer plug, but instead an oven plug. I've seen that, yeah. Mine is just a normal, like, wall socket plug. Both my washer and my dryer just plug into the wall. Turn on one of the porch lights here to get electrocuted. That's what my porch light is like. I need to fix it because the cable is, like, frayed. Because I was, like, trying to put a light bulb in it one day. I was like, you know, I should probably put a porch light on since I don't have one. And I screwed a light bulb into it and immediately started, like, sparking everywhere. And I'm like, okay, maybe I need to replace this. The light switch in my bedroom does not control ceiling light or fan because there isn't one and we couldn't figure out what to control. Oh, you told me about that, yeah. So there's one plug and an outlet next to the closet. Yeah, so actually, that's actually fairly common in apartments because my old apartment was like that too. Because, like, this is years ago when I lived in an apartment, but it didn't have overhead lighting. And so basically you would plug a lamp into that one outlet and then your light switch would turn your lamp on. But if you also have overhead lighting, then yeah, it's pointless, but... Coworker's ground line for electrical is active? What? What do you mean? Maybe the part they didn't want to, which is why they capped it in the basement. Yeah, I took the, like, the pipe connecting it to the line that goes to the basement. It's like a foot-long length of pipe. I unscrewed that and put a cap there. Guys refused to hook up the plug because it wasn't standard in the law. One thing that I hate is, one thing that bothers me is, this is actually, it's convenient, but it's annoying. My hall light, my upstairs hallway light, has a switch at the top of the stairs and at the bottom, and that always drives me crazy. Because if the switch at the bottom stairs, if the switch at the bottom is flipped up, then in order to turn the light, or rather, like, if the switch at the bottom is flipped down, then turning the light on upstairs requires me to flip the switch down, or something like that. It's like whichever one is in which position reverses the positioning of the other one. And so it's just weird, like, it's convenient, you know, to be able to access the light from either upstairs or downstairs, but it's just weird. Alright, see you, Daryl. Also had an extension. At some point they ran out of correct places to wire things, so the house's extensions are connected to the ground and the ground wire is live instead of terminating. That seems like it would be really bad. Alright. No, excuse me.
Yamitra, I suspected you would make an appearance before long, and I presume this fine lady is the new summoner I've heard so much about.
Yes, hopefully the first of it. Yeah, this fine lady is the new summoner Rambrose has heard so much about. Not like we know each other from any other endeavors, such as the Crystal Tower, or maybe the literal gods of the world. I'm just that summoner. Yeah, anyway, yes, hopefully the first of many. Now, pray tell me, Rambrose, has the discovery of elegant-made evoker's attire been confirmed?
It has, truly an historical find.
Then, I would ask a boon of you, my friend. You recall the predicament of which I spoke? Our chances of survival would be greatly improved if you would consider allowing Charity to wear the elegant garments.
Well, she is a summoner after all, and I must confess to no small degree of scholarly curiosity as to the effect the attire will have on one with the appropriate training.
Bro, my training is literally like I just fought some guy. I have the least amount of training out of any job quest.
These finds are, however, the result of much sweat and even a few tears on the part of our excavation team. 'Tis a frustrating task at times, and I fear they will be loath to part with the garments without some measure of recompense for their efforts. Allow me, though, to offer a solution. Metallic monstrosities of Allegan construction known as Mirror Knights have risen from the dig sites scattered across Mordona. Needless to say, they pose a dangerous threat to our excavators. I suggest you speak with my 3 field researchers and dispose of any such nasty hindrances to their work. I dare say they will then gladly surrender the pieces of the attire they hold. Once I've confirmed our dig site suitably empty of armored horrors, I will see you rewarded with the garment that I myself recovered from the ruins.
Alright, kill the things, get the clothes. Got it. Yeah, look at his, like, optional dialogue when I talk to him.
I've heard all about your expeditions into Eureka Orthos. Or should I say Archmagus Noah, has been quite eager to share the details.
Like, he forgets all about Eureka Orthos. Look how much, oh my god. I didn't know about these Noah reports, though. This is interesting. This is like... Oh, this is just okay, this is just Crystal Tower stuff, never mind. I thought it was new, but it's not new. Training was it was accidentally leveled by playing something else, yeah. You'd have met him before doing Crystal. Yeah, would have, but I didn't, and so fix it. Also, I find it highly suspicious that the Allegan Summoner outfit just turned up. They excavated it and it was in pristine condition so that I could still wear it today. I played Scholar, okay? I did the Scholar job quests. To get the Scholar outfit, you have to recreate it. You get the blueprints, and then you have to take them to all the greatest craftsmen in the world to recreate it accurately. The Allegan Empire was 5,000 years ago. It was multiple calamities ago. Okay? Now, Nim was only like 2 calamities ago. It was much more recent than Allag. And there were no surviving clothes from Nim. But apparently they dug up a pristine summoner outfit from Allag. Mikaze Silicious, thank you so much for that follow. Like, the War of the Magi wasn't that long ago, right? It was like, what was the most recent calamity before Bahamut? I think it was the War of the Magi, wasn't it? Like, it wasn't that long ago. Allegan clothes are just that good. I guess so. The way the armor's handed out is so inconsistent. Yeah, like getting the White Mage outfit was a nightmare. You had to, like, it was spread across several ritual sites. One of the pieces was stolen, and like the Summoner set, they just found it and they just give it to you. 5th calamity leading to the 6th eras, which ended 1,570 years later with you know what. Okay. And Allag was like 5,000 years ago. It was the calamity of Earth. It was a long, long time. This is all still running perfectly 5,000 years after all the Allegans died. They made everything built to last forever, including their underwear and socks. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's not infeasible. They had friggin' space travel. They had a primal Bahamut acting as a nuclear reactor in a false moon orbiting the planet. So, like, I guess it's safe to, like, it's reasonable to say that some clothes would survive. But, like, I don't know, it's just funny that, you know, civilization's more recent than Allag. We had to recreate the outfits. 4 primals imprisoned in giant fake moon solar panel. Was there... I thought it was just Bahamut. What else was up there? I guess Twintania? Oh, he said fake moon solar panels. Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, because they had a Sephiroth Sophia observant, yeah, but they were in a research facility, though. That wasn't the same. That was like the Avengers helicarrier, more so. Like, it's still, like, smaller scale than an artificial moon powered by an anger dragon. But I guess that was, like, the prototype, right? How's it going, Dacian? 7 stream streak, nice. Let's see. A mirror knight lurks just over yonder. I can scarce think straight with that thing wandering about. Oh, gods, it approaches! Not a mirror knight. How can I deal with a mirror knight? It's like a knight, but with mirrors. Alright, pull yourself together. Phew, you have my thanks. Now I might finally be able to concentrate on my tasks. If I'm not mistaken, you were in search of the Evoker's attire. I have one of its wondrous pieces right here. You are most welcome to it. This ancient historical Allegan attire. As soon as I finish these quests, Mitra is going to give me a recolored version of it that's better. By a magnitude of like 2. Do you need me to DC travel to help you pass this monster? That's pretty tough. I might need your help, yeah. Torusuke, thank you so much for that tier 1 subscription. You have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. I'll create so many man-made horrors beyond comprehension law. Praise the gods! Rambro said an adventurer would be along. Please, you must destroy that horrid construction. Okay, it's dead. I'm on Diabolos. Thank you for eliminating the source of my recent nightmares. I do not ordinarily stutter, so you see. But abject terror has that effect on folk. Now I hear from your Mitra that you have need of this Allegan garment. I should be glad to see it put to practical use rather than shut away in some dusty vault. They belong in a museum. Probably. Where's this guy going? Seasoned adventurer. There must be a fate event about to start. Where is he going? Rope Max, thank you so much for that follow. This is his respawn run? He's got to go all the way back that way? Wow. Sucks to be that guy. I guess if you die in this fate event, you respawn in Lumbridge. That's a really long run. Let's see if another one spawns here. I just saw one die. Yup, wow, they respawn all the way over here. Why? Probably got a stream. Yeah, welcome to the stream. The Wallace Narrow Rift did not want to play pensive unspawned lol. Alas. Okay. Let's get this guy. Seemingly unmoved researcher. Mirror Knights, yes, they've become quite bothersome. I would be most appreciative were you to eliminate the creaking pest that has been plaguing me of late. Can I just kill him with autos? Let's do it. Get booked, idiot. Should have paid out for the Edgeville respawn. Don't they have to do, like, Desert Treasure for that? Or no, it was like a White Knight quest. Wasn't it like Swan Song? And some of that crazy achievement hunting? Not so much. Mostly just trying to get caught up on these summoner job quests tonight. So, not any huge achievements happening tonight, but tomorrow's gonna be a big day. Kind of weird drinking beer. I haven't had a beer in a while. Before today, that is, but... That's what the game would look like if it had RuneScape combat. You'd click on enemy and wait for the auto text to kill it. It's fun and interesting you play standing up. Oh, you guys know what that means. Cheers. What are we doing? Allegedly job quests. 10 to 100 times more damage than staff bonks or red mage autos. Yeah, like the scholar autos are really, really strong. Because when I was doing pacify leaves, I had to switch to white mage because scholar would one-shot everything, but white mage would take forever. I'm gonna go get a drink, a drinking game. There's a handful of questions or just like subjects that come up a lot on stream. And so anytime someone mentions them, the joke is that you drink. So it's like anytime somebody says something about standing desk, just voice related stuff. What's the other one? I came here from YouTube. That one can't really do that one anymore because now everybody came here from YouTube. So like that'd probably kill you. But that used to be like every now and then someone would say, "Hey, I came here from your YouTube video." Like it used to be like less common. What's another one? Oh, I didn't know you streamed. That's another one. Didn't know you streamed. I feel like there's some other ones we're forgetting, but there's a couple random topics that just come up all the time. Oh, child labor. That's the other one. The IRL glam. That's a more recent one. That wasn't as common back when I used to just wear whatever, but anyway, sorry, I was thinking. Spacing out a lot. It's been a long day. CPS was allergic to participating. Ah, well. Fascinating. I never thought I'd be fortunate enough to observe a conflict against an Allegan construction at such close quarters. This has been a deeply enriching experience. If the price is to be my piece of the Evoker's attire, then so be it. Cheers. Cheers. What are we drinking? I just came from your YouTube. Didn't know you streamed. Nice voice, by the way, and snazzy attire. Lol. Shut up. Is that a stand-up desk? Lol. Is that a standing child labor YouTube stream? Moypol, thank you so much for that follow. How far back do I need to be from YouTube to result in a drink? New to stream, but a fan for pre-Stormblood mad because small. Welcome to the stream. Person has a macro that includes all the tribal quest phrases in one. Who has that? What would it even be? I don't even, like, when you say tribal quest phrases, I try to think of any and I can't. May the Nav clutch be with you. Farnes Van Dimian, thank you so much for that follow. Snailing. Free coupon. Oh, you mean the ones? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I when you said phrases, I was thinking like catchphrases. Yeah, I forgot about like free coupon nuts. Your god is come. Snailing. There's a couple other ones. Hidomaki. Oh god, Hidomaki. That's the worst one. Which one's Amid the Flowers? Nitro Stout called Cinnamon Dolce by Firestone. Huh. Lolly-ho high as on her wings unbending Omala. Free Koopo nuts now fall with the wind. Beaver shouts lie he amid the flowers. His whiskers are snailing. Yeah, his whiskers, that's another one. Oh my god. Robe Max, thank you so much for that tier 1 subscription. You now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. We have Wendy's at home. Nailed it. Oh god. Yeah, today is just like pregame, because tomorrow, New Year's Eve, I'm gonna drink a lot. I'm gonna drink a lot and have a good time. That's what I want to do on New Year's Eve. And get many achievements, maybe.
The champion of my researchers returns. With the ruins now free of mirror knights, the excavations can proceed at a far more satisfying pace. Trembling in fear for one's life makes it astonishingly difficult to handle ancient artifacts that have a tendency to crumble into dust. You performed a valuable duty to us, Charity. As promised, you shall have the summoner's garment uncovered by my own hand as your reward. Yes, Symmetra mentioned she would await you at Apkalu Falls. It seems there was no doubt in her mind that you would succeed here. Man, these ARR summoner quests are as bare bones as it gets. This really is like Paladin tier for ARR. ARR Paladin is take these ashes, put them in a torch and light it, and then kill anything that spawns. You do that, and then you come back to the guy, and he's like, good job, idiot. And you do that like 5 times, and that's the whole quest line. Oh, and then he tries to kill you. At like the level 45 quest, he's like, I think you're the traitor, therefore I'm gonna kill you. But then you win, because you're just better than him. And he's like, oh, I guess you weren't the traitor. Okay, my bad. Favorite JRPG? It's gonna come down to either Breath of Fire or Chrono Trigger. It's gonna be one of those two. I'd have to think really hard to come up with any other even alternatives. I did quite enjoy Robotrek, for what it's worth. Fanglavitz, thanks so much for that. Fanglavitz, sorry, thank you so much for that tier 1 subscription. You now have access to pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. Secret of Man is a really good one, but I never finished it. Yeah, I finished Breath of Fire and Chrono Trigger. I never finished Secret of Mana. But yeah, I loved it, what I played of it. I also really liked in Secret of Mana that you could equip any character with any weapon. So I would take the princess and give her like the mana sword. I always thought that was fun. And I give the main guy like the big axe or whatever. Like I don't know. I got like a little ways into that game, but I never finished it. But I loved it from what I played of it.
I have a SNES copy of Secret of Mana. I need to play that someday. Like, actually finish it, you know? Kill level 50 A rank if you're gonna be. You don't need to use Paladin. Yeah, pretty much. Paladin quests are so bad. When they return to tactics. See, it's on the to-do list, but like, here's my dilemma. I want to play more games, but I work too much. So, like, I don't know. I gotta get to a point where I can work less again, so that I can, like, stream more, which would enable me to play more games, but I don't know. I just pushed my way into a full-time position at the day job, so it would be really awkward if I turned around all of a sudden and said, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, that would be kind of like, you know, embarrassing. Played way too many, love too many to pick. Yeah, see, I haven't played that many JRPGs. I played almost every JRPG on the SNES, at least ones that got an English release. Because growing up, one of the mainstays in my life was a disc that had Z-SNES on it, with every SNES game on it. And so, you know, there were many times where I didn't have anything else to play, video game-wise, except for Z-SNES. And so I would just look for RPGs to play, and play as far into them as I could get before our computer got replaced and I lost my save files. So sometimes I was able to finish games like Chrono Trigger or Breath of Fire, and a lot of time, you know, like Secret of Mana, I would get like halfway through it, and then, you know, I'd lose the save. Have you played Lagoon? No. Sick for Christmas? Ah, that's too bad. I had a good holiday. I had a good Christmas. Do you have Stern Quest? I need to. I'm trying to see that NPC Jonathan's always like, is my name? Lol. Yeah, it's the one Jonathan. As soon as Cider's age went haywire. Well, see, the funny thing is, like, SNES was my first gaming console. But, like, I played a lot more SNES emulator than I played SNES physical. Like, as a young child in the 90s, I did have a SNES. Well, rather, it was my dad's SNES that I was just allowed to play. And so, like, my first game was probably, like, Super Mario World. You know, I played Super Ghouls and Ghosts a lot. A couple other SNES games. Because we had the one where it was Mario All-Stars. So it was Super Mario World plus 1, 2, and 3. And so we would just play all the old Mario games. But we'd also play Super Ghouls and Ghosts, you know, we'd also play Mortal Kombat, you know, just whatever games happen to be there. But yeah, a little bit later in life, and by that I mean by the time I was like 8, 9-ish, we had the SNES emulator. Because my dad would always, my dad got like C plus or A plus sort of. He got some kind of like computer certification, some like stupid certificate, right, for like computer troubleshooting. And so he would fix people's computers, and he also like would sell computers. And so we'd always have like a different computer in the house, but it was not there for any definite amount of time. Like, we very rarely had like just a computer that was just ours. So it would be like a computer that he was working on, you know? And so I'd have the Z-SNES CD, and I could just play Z-SNES on whatever computer happened to be functioning at the time. But I never knew when it was gonna get finished, you know, getting fixed and sent back to whoever owned it. And so, like, I would just, you know, whenever the computer went away, all my save files went with it. So like, you know, I would start a lot of SNES games on the emulator and just never be able to finish them because I'd lose the save file. And so, like, I'd have to start it over the next time a new computer showed up. And so, yeah, that was my experience. Like, it's just a lot of games like, you know, Secret of Mana, I just never finished because I lost the save halfway through and I didn't feel like restarting. Or maybe I restarted, but then I lost that save. And that happened a lot. But yeah, there was a handful of games where we had a computer long enough that I could actually finish it. And yeah, I was thankfully able to get through all of Chrono Trigger. I got through all of Breath of Fire. I finished Robo Trek. I want to say I got through most of Secret of the Stars. Or sorry, Secret of Evermore, that's the one. I played a little bit of Secret of the Stars, but I never finished it. Just like all those like classic SNES RPGs, I've at least played almost all of them, but I haven't finished that many. Last time I shot you a friend request. Oh, so you must be friend request number 112. Free bonus SNES save files with computer repair. Good deal, yeah. Bonus SNES files and Jagex cache. Let's do an Endwalker X2. Ah, nice. Yeah, Robotrek apparently was the precursor to Pokemon. Which is funny because I've never played Pokemon and never cared about Pokemon, but I loved Robotrek. It was a very good game. Golden Sun and Breath of Fire back into the light sometime. Yeah, Breath of Fire. I need to play the rest of the Breath of Fire games because I only got halfway through Breath of Fire 2. I never finished that one. I got like halfway-ish through it. It had a cat girl in it, so that's how you know it's good. And I have a copy of Breath of Fire 4 for PlayStation, but I've never played it. Sea of Stars, easily the best RPG release this year. I've heard it's good, but like, when am I ever going to have time to play that? You know, like, I'm like 30 years behind on JRPGs. I don't have time to start ones that are brand new either. Why are you on so late? I'm trying to do summoner job quests. Why are you waking up at... It's either 6:30 or 7:30. It depends on how daylight savings aligns, but... 6:30, okay. Yeah, there's this weird period where, like, U.S. daylight savings makes the gap from U.S. to England, like, an hour shorter or whatever. But it only lasts for, like, a month, if that. It's, like, a little less than a month. Anyway, Ymitra. So this was how the summoners of old were clad. Well, more or less. It is unfortunate that the ruins have yet to surrender the final piece to the suns. These garments, aside from the coloring, they are identical to the garb Tristan wore. He will find no edge against you through his equipment. When next you face that murderous cad, victory will decide purely by who is the more talented summoner. Will be decided purely by who's the more talented summoner. To that end, it is time you drew on your experience of defeating the primal Garuda. Yes, her aura of fickle violence is palpable upon you. It is daunting to imagine an Eggy born of the Lady of the Vortex. Such unpredictable ferocity should serve you well. I will search for a suitably airy location in which to perform the austerities of wind. You, my dear summoner, must needs prepare yourself, body and mind, for the trials ahead. I shall be waiting. Okay, I'm ready. Oh man, another quest at the same level. I got scammed. I thought I was going to be done. Constant temptation to play more JRPGs is there, but 100+ hour time investment is a wall to get over sometimes, yeah. Good night, Sharticus. Thanks for hanging out. All arms are brave fencer, good. Yeah, like I said, I played almost everything on the SNES JRPG-wise, but beyond much of that, like, it's very hit or miss. I haven't played much past the SNES era. Did somebody just send me something on Steam? I heard the Steam noise. I'm gonna slap a hoe. Why? Says Cider. Johnny was gonna literally cry if I didn't buy you this. I don't know, ask him. Best wishes. Krieg. Trails in the sky. How many times do I have to say? I don't have time to play any games. I'm playing a game right now. It's such a waste to gift me games. I don't know when I'm gonna be able to play them. Steam would not let me gift it myself because of regional pricing. It's very silly. So, like, there's like a million Trails games, right? Like, is this the first one, or... This is the very first. Okay. Because, yeah, that increases the likelihood of me actually playing it if it's actually the beginning, because, like, starting in the middle would be awkward, I imagine. Joker DBV, thank you so much for that follow. One of these days. I was thinking about this at work, actually. I might put the prompt forth in my next video, I don't know. Or maybe the video after that, because it'll be weird in the video I'm making next, but, like... It might be fun to try playing other games. But, like, in the style of the videos that I've made for achievements. Just like a straight up, basically, let's play, you know, just cut out the boring parts, condense it down. Because I was thinking about how half of the comments on the last video are like, well, because I said, wow, I'm surprised how many people, like, are interested in achievement hunting in Final Fantasy XIV. And then half of the comments of the last video are like, actually, I don't care about achievement hunting at all. I'm just watching the video because I like the style. And so I'm like, huh. What if I did, like, something different other than achievement hunting in the same style? You know, like, I wonder if that would be something that people would be interested in seeing. And so what I wondered was, like, if I did try that, should I put it on the same channel or a different channel? And that's one of those weird YouTuber dilemmas where it's like, there's benefits to having, like, everything on one channel because it's, like, good branding or whatever. But if you mix it up too much, then it's like, you know, you don't want to have, like, completely unrelated content all in the same channel because then it just is, it's weird, right? Because I've got the side channel that I could put it on. Like, nobody follows it because I don't post anything there. It's a dead channel, but, like... Job things to kill a mark if I see it because I'm watching the videos. Nice. We've done the Fall Guys event. I've done it, but I haven't finished it, so... I might need to see if there's any glams I could buy there. With some tight edited LPs. I don't know, I mean... For the most part, my editing is just cutting out silence. Like, I don't really do a whole lot with actual video editing because I'm very lazy, but... But yeah, it's like, I probably don't have time with my current schedule to, like, stream a whole lot for, like, random games, but I bet I could record, like, an hour here, an hour there, and then edit that, you know? And just slowly make my way through, like, an RPG or something. And so I think that might be something fun to try and do. Again, like, this is just something I was thinking about at work, so, like, it has zero guarantee of ever, like, actually turning into anything, but... I was just thinking about how long my backlog of games to play is. It's really long, so... The best chance of me actually doing anything with them is turning it into some kind of content, and like I said, if streaming isn't really an option, then, like, I could probably, like, churn out some lazy videos out of them. Carudoran, thank you so much for that follow. Posting dead channel, give it a shout out on good channel so people go watch it. That was my first thought, yeah. That was what I was thinking I would... That's, like, the most likely thing that'll happen. As just, like... On the other hand, it feels silly if I'm running two channels that are posting, like, similar content, you know? But, like, I don't know. I'll experiment with it. I'll figure it out. Because, again, like, I don't know if I'm ever actually even going to do that, you know? It's just something that I thought about. Your voice gives the illusion that the video has a lot more editing than it actually does. I don't even know what that means. Because, like, I don't know, like, 90% of my editing is really just cut out the silence. Just cut the parts where I'm not saying anything. And then there's a lot of editing the actual dialogue. There's the editing that you might not realize as much. Unless you're paying close attention to the video, Because you'll see sometimes, like, it sounds like I'm saying, like, one long sentence, but there's actually, like, minutes being cut out from the middle of statements, you know? Because I do this thing a lot where you probably notice it way more on stream, but I'll start a statement, I'll start a thought, and then hold for a really long time, and then finish the thought, you know? And so, like, obviously for a video, I cut all those long silences out. But there'll also be times where I talk in circles a lot. I'll say the same thing over and over again, so I'll cut out the repetition or find ways to piece together my own, like, speaking so that, like, I'm getting more to the point and not, like, having as many redundancies, not saying things that don't necessarily add to the statement. And so I kind of condense it a lot. And so it's like, when the video is playing back, it'll sound like I'm just making one long statement, but you know, if you pay attention to where the actual cuts happen in the video portion itself, you'll notice that, like, yeah, like a lot got cut out in between. Yeah. Sorry. Karudorin, thank you so much for that Prime subscription. You now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. Let's see what you might just got to say. But that sentence of the video would make the silences extra long just to be funny. That's the thing, though. It's like sometimes I will start a sentence, and I can go silent for like literally several minutes. So it's like I can start a sentence, and then the end of the sentence might not happen for like literally 5 minutes later. So it's like my mind is holding on the thought, but I'm getting distracted by something. So it's like I'm still like mentally I'm carrying the through line, but I'm doing something that's distracting me from finishing the statement. And so like there can be like actual minutes long gaps sometimes between the start of a sentence and the end of a sentence. Like, but anyway, let's see what your mantra's got to say. I sense Garda's restless essence railing with the confines of your etheric channels. It is time we granted it release with the austerities of wind. Thankfully, I've already have in mind a location that well suits our elemental purposes. You're familiar with the floating city of Nim in outer Lenosia. As you might imagine, the aspect of wind is entirely dominant in the area of those suspended isles. Pray make your way there as soon as you feel prepared. I'm quite excited to see this new Eggy. Alright, to Nim. What do your videos look like with Pints editing? They'd probably look a lot better. Sassmaster Tylord, thanks so much for that Prime subscription. You now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. Tend to start a thought, go on a tangent, then get around to finishing the thought after telling you about my grandfather's Cadillac and a story. Yeah, I do that a lot. And usually I edit out the tangents if they're not interesting, but yeah, I do that a lot. Systole, yeah. I'd like to watch you play through a full game, a few games I just think you should play just to experience them in any way possible. Like what? This is Cider Spider, 30 minutes of silence later. Okay, bye. Yeah, pretty much. Eggy. Now look, it's pronounced Eggy. I know because they've made puns based off of that pronunciation. That's how I learned to pronounce everything in this game. What are the puns indicating? Save the 30 minutes of silent video for an April Fool's joke. Lol. Shall we begin? I assume that this is your third such experience. You have by now grown familiar with the steps of the ritual. Thus, as before, I would have you concentrate on shifting your etheric balance. Imagine the energy within you howling through your veins, an incessant gale of screeching wrath. Garda's essence will only be too eager to harness those raging currents and shape them into a worldly avatar. Once Garda Eggy has appeared, it falls to you to tame its fury. Let's do a BRB first. Tia Etwal. Thank you so much for that follow. think it's eggy. How is that different from eggy? It's literally the same thing. Angry. That because Jolly Rancher. You can't play the Garda music, and the thing I'm fighting is just like that. Is it gonna now fall? This isn't the normal. No, okay, no, it's the same song. Okay. This might be one of the most underrated songs probably in the whole game. Beware the Avatar's feathers! Alright. Weird Learning has been a publicly available phase finding character all along. Well, welcome to the stream. Titans is better? I don't know. I'm gonna drag this fight long enough to hear the soprano. Come on, this part, yeah. My eyes deceive me. I'm certain you summoned but one Eggy. Ah, crap. I keep thinking I have time to step out of these, but I don't. I'm getting egged on. For level 100, we're going to get Fat Chocobo. Now I'm saying it wrong. It's a Chocobo. That's how I've always pronounced it. And everybody says I'm stupid. And they're probably right. But, like, listen. Ever since I first played FF7, when I was, like, 11 or 12, I always read it as Chocobo. Like chocolate. I don't know why. And I just refuse to pronounce it any other way. I'm not a weeb. What was it? Chocobo? Chocobo? Like, no. It sounds dumb. Chocobo. When I spell it with a K. Millennia Neura, thank you so much for that tier 1 subscription. You'd have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. It doesn't need complex jobs all around. Let us have some simple stuff too. Well, let us have some complex stuff too at the same time. It's like, yeah, simple jobs are fine, but like the jobs they keep adding are usually simple, so it's weird to take old jobs that are complex and make them more simple. Like, who knows what they're going to do to Astro the next expansion, but we'll just have to wait and see, but... I like chocolate, so it's Chocobo. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I've always pronounced it like chocolate. But most of that stems from I was just a dumb kid that didn't know what Japanese enunciation was like. But again, I mean, like, there's so many things, like, we don't pronounce anything in this game the Japanese way. So, like, why am I going to pronounce chocobo the Japanese way? What do they call Yashtola in Japan? It's like Yashutola or something. Like, nobody's saying that. Keep targeting jobs I play with reworks, yeah. As long as they never mess with Scholar, I think I'll be okay. They tried once, and everybody raged, and so they changed it back, so. And specialization, so you'd have simple specs and more complicated specs. Oh, I would love that, but they'll never do that. Like, the job design used to be more complex. They used to have cross-class skills and stuff. They took all that out. They're not going to put it back in. I would love it if they did, but they won't. Like, Summoner's a good starting point to add upon, so we'll see. We will see. People are not arguing about Kate Sith. For me, it was always Kate Sith. It could be Kite, it could be Sight. I don't know. There's a lot of ways you could interpret that. But I always read it as Kate Sith. Because, again, I was a dumb 11 or 12-year-old playing FF7 who didn't know anything about Japanese pronunciations. It's like cat cheese, something stupid like that, yeah. And Skathak is like Skatha or Satha or something stupid like that. Like, who's doing that? Like, if you want people to pronounce it correctly, spell it phonetically. But, like, English is too stupid to not be spelling stuff phonetically and thinking we're gonna know how to pronounce it with Gaelic dialect. You know, you would never approach it with that, like. Scholar and White Mage have remained blessedly stable over there. Well, yeah, White Mage, I mean, like, they couldn't make White Mage any simpler than it already is, so. It's because Skathak are both Gaelic. Yeah, I know. That's my point, though. Like, I don't know how to pronounce Skathak with a Gaelic dialect. It's like Satha or something. It's something ridiculous. But I don't speak Gaelic. So, like, whatever, you know? They never voiced it. There's no voiced cutscenes where they pronounce it in the game. So I'm gonna say it however I want. It's called the Temple of Karn, the Temple of Korn. Tried to install FF11, got the last stage, and apparently missing files. Lol. 3 Latins in a trench coat pretending to be a real language. Alright. Zukia. You're gonna work on New Year's Eve? Like, why? Endwalker name pronunciations? Well, like the old Greek one. There's a lot of Greek names in Endwalker. There's a lot of Eric Thonios. With, like, Greco-Roman stuff, I never really know, though, because sometimes oftentimes the vowels are hard, but sometimes the vowels are not hard. So, like, the one I'm always confused on is I. Because the Greek I, what is it, like, I? What's Greek I? Because there's like alpha, beta, gamma, theta, all that crap, right? I is iota. It's iota, right? it was always I. You know, pronouncing I as E is more of an Eastern thing. It's not really a Greek thing, right? So, would it be Erichthonios? But then, if we were going by that logic, the E in Eric would be a hard E, so it would be Erichthonios, and there's no way it's that. So, I don't know. So I'm just gonna keep calling him Erichthonios. Well, to be fair, though, there is voice acting in Pandemonium. They said Erichthonios. Hephaistos pronounces it Erichthonios, so we'll assume he's correct. What a lot of us would like to, but are unable to follow through with doing us all justice. Well, I'll try my best. Welcome to the stream. I'm saying my language in the void, Italian for the win. Italian's a fun one. I know a non-zero amount of Italian, which is to say 0.05%. I know a handful of Italian words just because I listen to some Italian bands. So I know that ghiaccio, that's ice. And fuoco is fire. Yeah, And you know why I know that? Because Rhapsody of Fire had a song called Danza de Ghiaccio e Fuoco, which is Dance of Fire and Ice. Sounds like you just watched JoJo. Look, I could sing the first verse and chorus of Lamento Eroico. It's all in Italian. It's Langue in me, Leco infranto. The problem is with the song, they stretch or shorten some of the syllables to fit into the actual melody. Rhapsody does, that is. And so sometimes it'll be a whole bunch of vowels that gets condensed into a really quick succession. It gets shortened down to one syllable. And so normally you would pronounce them all, but they're just mashing them together to match the melody. And so, I could sing the song accurately, but I don't think it would translate into actually speaking the language, right? But I know the chorus, at least, is Urla il tuono, al mio lamento eroico sorte consuma la realtà, which is the thunder cries my heroic lament, fate consume reality. What that means, I don't know. Caesar, 2, thank you so much for that follow. So much fun in the void with Italian family background. I was like, oh, I can say that. I'm singing its artistic license like usual. Yeah. Same thing with most languages where anytime I listen to I listen to a lot of metal. So metal songs where it's sung in the native language of whatever the band is. You can always tell when they're trying to shorten or lengthen words to match the actual song, and so it's stuff gets really mashed together. And some of those languages, it's really rough, you know? Man, Icelandic, all the words are this long. All the words are 10 syllables, but they're singing it, and oh my god. All the Nordic languages tend to be like that. Norwegian is really bad about that too, having ridiculously long sing-songy words, and so when you turn it into an actual song, it's really confusing. And Finnish is one of the Suomi is apparently the hardest language to learn, period, because there's so many different words. There's a lot of words that all mean the same thing, so one thing might have 5 different words that describe it, and they also have a lot of those German-esque words that describe a very specific scenario, or they have words that are almost metaphors that don't translate into any word in any other language. Oh my god. The upside is that when it's spelled out in English characters, it's pretty much phonetic, but the words will be this long, and so it's oh my god. 2 lines of the song, 1 word, yeah. Yeah. That's the power of metal and the power of power metal. I learned a lot of random trivia. Yeah, a lot of random trivia, a lot of random words in other languages. What are you waiting around on right now? I'm supposed to be doing quests. Masterfully done, Charity. Garuda's eggy power is now yours to wield. Your aptitude for the art of summoning has exceeded my highest expectations. I honestly could not have found a more valuable partner for my research. Research? What have you learned? Let us return to Apkalu Falls. I'm sure you must be exhausted after this ordeal. I guess the only upside of these quests is they never made me equip the armor. A lot of the ARR job quests, they force you to put the armor on to continue the quest, but she didn't even bother. She's just like, oh, you got the armor? Cool. A lot of Nordic words actually translate to full phrases. They just tend to mash a bunch of words together to describe something or coming up with a new word for it. Yeah. Oh god, there's one example that comes to mind. This is another piece of trivia I learned from metal music, because that's where most of my trivia comes from. But I don't remember the actual name of the song. I gotta look it up. What are the chances we got any Finns in the Twitch chat? They'll know. The only Finnish band that matters. There's a lot of really good bands from Finland, to be fair. So many of my favorite bands are from Finland, because Finland is one of the main places for power metal, which I was big on. I pretty much grew up on crappy, embarrassing power metal, and I love it. No, Moro's Swedish, but... Where's the song? It's on my playlist. I should just go to my playlist instead of, trying to find it. But the most important Finnish band. There's so many good ones. This is like Sonata Arctica, you got your Celestes, your Nightwishes, your Stradivariuses and whatnot. There's tons, more good Finnish bands than I can even really name. But Korpiklani is probably the most important, because all their songs are just about getting wasted. And it's glorious. They just write drinking songs about drinking. I mean, what else would it be about, Denmo, thank you so much for that raid. How was your stream? Greetings. I'm trying to find the specific song, though, and I can't remember the name. Oh, here it is. Oh, this is the English version. The English version is the wrong version. Attack of the Were-Rabbits. Ah, crap! Anything but Were-Rabbits. Well, thank you, Storm Rune. Welcome to the stream. Sorry. Nightwish Poet and the Pendulum is one of my favorite songs of all time. That's a good one. Get away, run away, fly away. Lead me away to Dreamer's Hideaway. Yeah, that was my first Nightwish album, was The Poet and the Pendulum, which is widely regarded as one of their worst albums, and to be fair, I think, as an album, it is probably one of my least favorites. Just because it feels like a bunch of songs that were written for Tarja that are sung by Annette, and Annette can't sing Tarja, so, it feels not quite right. There's a handful of songs that are really, really good, but then there's other ones where it just doesn't really work. But yeah, Poet and the Pendulum is a really good one. Oh my god, this is driving me crazy, because what is the... I can't find it, I'm sorry, I'm way off track now, but basically there's a Korpiklani song. The English translation is called A Man with a Plan, but the original in Suomi is some other name. It's just one word, but the word I think roughly translates to Booze Hill Man, and the concept is that basically what the word means is a man that gets so drunk that you can hear him from the hills, or something crazy like that. And so basically it's a word that describes somebody that drinks a lot and parties really loud into the night. But that's what the language is like. There's words like that that are very specific, Oh yeah, how's it going, Demo? How was the stream? Where rabbits? That's the gist. My life story. How's it going? A lot. Yeah. Same here. Get drunk, play Final Fantasy 14. Maybe if I do this enough, there will be a word in Finnish to describe this specific scenario. Quite well. It should be Vinaimen Mies. I'll just pretend I pronounced that right. The weird thing as well with Suomi is, so it's like there's two I's in Vinaimen Mies. Usually when they do double vowels like that, you actually pronounce both vowels, I've noticed. So like if there's two A's in a row, you pronounce both A's. It's really weird. Copy from YouTube Music, gotcha. So instead of Vinamen, like instead of Vinamen, it would be like VE. Like you would pronounce both I's. You doing all right? Yeah. Doing real well. Just pre-gaming New Year's Eve. You got any good New Year's Eve plans? Let's see. I think my mods are all dead. Did that work? Oh wait, no, we did get a shout out. Okay, sorry. My mods are not dead. I'm the one that's dead. Okay, never mind. Your Honor, I would like to apologize for any disparaging comments I made about my mods. They were in fact on top of it. Total in-game chores? Alright, sure thing, Squidzer. Yeah, tomorrow's stream's gonna be a real long and intensive one. We're gonna get a lot done. The kid died and Craig's always watching for the shows. Yeah. I just missed it. I was too busy ranting about Corporate Clonny, like... I guess by my own logic, it would be like Corporate Claani, right? Like, you would have to pronounce both A's, hypothetically speaking. But yeah, I believe the name of the band translates to Forest Clan? Forest Clan? How's Achievement Hunts going? Oh, man, right now I'm just knocking out Summoner job quests, which are long overdue, but, probably gonna get a lot of achievements tomorrow. The hunt achievements have definitely absorbed me, yeah. I wasn't expecting to get as deep into hunt achievements as quickly as I did, because, like, man, when I first started the achievement hunting videos, I had a very loose plan for what I was gonna do for the first, like, 12 weeks. And most of it was Bazia stuff. The hunting achievements kind of just happened incidentally. I was never planning on doing them. I mean, I was planning on doing the achievements, obviously, but I wasn't planning on getting into them as soon as I did. Storm Rune, thank you so much for that follow. That part just kind of happened randomly. It was all because of that one day where I was mining in, like, a Heavensward zone. I was mining in Kurthus and a random hunt train passed by, and I was like, oh yeah, hunts, I should, like, pay attention to those. I was assuming pronouncing double vowels was just a long vowel sound. Depends on the language. Got my endless hunt one recently. Now trying to catch Shadowbringers trains. Finish off. Yeah, I gotta do that. I've been mainly focused on S ranks lately. I need to start doing A ranks sometime. But like, as far as I'm concerned, A ranks, like, they're a lot easier to do than S ranks because they have a set spawn cycle. So, like, you know, every 6 hours you can do an A rank train per world. So, you know, it's way more regular. Whereas S ranks are a lot more random. Like, they're harder to spawn, and, you know, the window is like 2 to 3 days. And so I figure if I'm gonna focus anything, like, early in the grind, I should focus S ranks, whereas A ranks, if I want to catch up on them later, it won't be as hard to catch up on them because they're so much faster, so. The quad trains on Crystal. Diabolo's Goblin. A lot of worlds don't do A-rank trains for Stormblood marks anymore. Well, the upside is like, yeah, there's achievements for getting all the unique A-ranks for Stormblood, but you only have to kill them once to get that. And you can solo them. You know, so it's not like Shadowbringers or Endwalker where there's achievements for, you know, kill 1,000 A-ranks in Shadowbringer zones. There's nothing like that for Stormblood. So, like, yeah, you solo them and then you move on. Alright, let's see. With the addition of the Garuda Eggy, you now command 3 powerful avatars. As you have no doubt realized, however, each of these entities has a particular role in which it excels. For Garuda Eggy, that role is unleashing magic to strike down distant foes. I must admit to feeling equal parts joy and apprehension at how faithfully the summoned being displays the original Primal's volatile disposition. Experiment with your Eggy allies, and the most effective use of their individual abilities will soon become clear. Pod Hysterian, thank you so much for that follow. With such mastery of the art at your disposal, I shall almost pity Tristan when next he chooses to confront you. Before that time comes, however, I will endeavor you to pierce the mystery of his motivations. May your discoveries bring you new confidence, Charity. I bet they cut some dialogue there, because she was like, yeah, Garuda's good at hitting foes at a distance. She was probably going to say, Titan's really good at tanking damage. But then they remembered, oh wait, we removed that. Full 3 instance each zone with vibe check trains. Oh yeah. If I have time, I'll try and get on those, but I don't know what my availability is gonna be like when 7.0 launches. I just unplugged my headphones. Because, yeah, right now with, like, working full-time and, you know, slapping videos together, I have no idea. It's going to be hard to find time to catch those kind of trains if my, you know, schedule is like it is now. But, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Oh, man, we're out of beer. I mean, the beer lasted as long as the stream was supposed to last. Started in 6.1. Oh, so you're our baby. Primal Burdens. Alright, the final quest. Charity, there's been a terrible incident. My poor colleagues at St. Coinex find. Murdered. Oh no, not Rambros. It's Traxxas. Thank you so much for that follow. The reports are confused, but they all mention the same black-robed attacker. You know as well as I do that Tristan is behind this massacre. He has indeed grown bold or desperate to commit such a brazen act. I like how it's the final quest of the entire, like, story arc, and I still don't even know what this guy wants. Like, I don't even know what his motive is, the villain of this quest. Mind you, I've only even seen him one time before now. Oh, man. Good old ARR job quests. They were so hit or miss. We should set off to Mordona at once and speak with any survivors. It may be that we can glean some idea of what cold-hearted monster was after. What that cold-hearted monster was after, or where he might strike next. We must stop him, Charity. Let's do it. He wants evil. Yeah, probably. It's just so nondescript. He just, like, he showed up once in, like, the second quest, and he's like, you have something I want. Okay, bye. And now I guess we're going to confront him. The Raspberry. Thank you so much for that follow. But again, I still don't even know what he wants. I don't know what he's trying to do. Why he's doing any of this. So it's like, I don't even care. Well, he's the enemy. I'm gonna beat him. Already almost 2 years old. Oh, man. Hard to believe that Endwalker is almost over. You know? I started very late Shadowbringers. I was in the second to last patch of Shadowbringers. That's when I started. And so, like, I remember almost the year, it was almost a year before Endwalker launched. I say almost a year. It was more like 8 months or so, something like that. Between me starting versus Endwalker launching. But, like, it was a big deal, because it was the lull. It was, like, I started shortly before the last patch of Shadowbringers, and then there were several months of just nothing. And now, for me, it wasn't nothing, because I was catching up on MSQ during that time, so, like, I had plenty to do. But then I got caught up, and everybody was just waiting for Endwalker, and that went on for, like, a couple months. But it felt so much longer, And now not only is Endwalker here, it's just about over. Like, it's pretty much, we're at the end of it now. I'm right back at the, we are in the expansion. In the timeline of the expansion, sorry, I blame the beer for me struggling to make a simple statement. In the timeline of the expansion, where we are right now is where we were when I first started playing the game. Just before the very last patch. Although I think I started before 5.5.6. So technically it would have been a little bit later. It would have been after 5.5.5, but before 5.5.6. That's when I started. I think. Playing for about 8 years. Man, time flies. Yeah, it's been almost 3 years for me. Almost. Still got a couple of months to go before we hit the 3-year mark, but... Spirit after 0.5 is a perfect way to start. It's not a bad time, no, because, yeah, you get all that free time to catch up on MSQ, and then a new expansion comes out by the time you get caught up, so it's great. Shinrei, thanks so much for that follow. Yeah, more Moogle events and whatnot. Couple weeks before 5.5. Okay, so yeah, alright. It would have been shortly, so it would have been before 5.5 and 5.5.6 then in that case. But yeah, point being, like, yeah, it was the last patch of the expansion was when I started, basically. Oh, you didn't get the jacket? I got the jacket. Watching the achievement videos, finally got a stream. Welcome to the stream. Dimitra. Though the necessity pains me, we must ask this man what he remembers of the attack. Tristan cannot be allowed to escape the consequences of this unrepentant savagery. Everybody says Ymitra's the better rule sister, but I don't know. She's even more boring than Y'shtola. And she talks annoying. Yes, I am absolutely certain it was the same Dark Summoner whom Ymitra described to us. We were celebrating a recent find, the soul crystal of an Allegan summoner, when a man in black robes suddenly appeared and demanded we surrender the gem. Naturally, we objected to this arrogant imposition, but he simply sneered at our refusal. The next moment, the world exploded into flame. Through a haze of agony, I saw him snatch up the soul crystal from a smoldering body and stride off towards the singing shards. That bastard slaughtered my friends! There was no warning, no negotiation. If the gods grant you the chance to exact vengeance, then I pray you show him the same mercy he offered us. Okay. Blue Mage Patch, Skysteel Tools, and Delibrum Regine. Wow. Kind of crazy to think that I started playing before Zadnor was added. Technically, just barely, but... Another soul crystal. Yes, it makes sense that he would shift his attention to a more easily attainable gem. After all your progress, you would now make for a most formidable opponent. I must apologize for not sharing my theory earlier. I suspected that Tristan might desire the soul crystal you carry, but did not wish to draw any premature conclusions without sufficient evidence. That's the only thing I have that he might want. I mean, I'd figure that as well. I'm at a loss, however, to explain why he seeks to collect more of these Allegan relics. We shall just have to ask the villain himself after we corner him in the Singing Shards. Let us be on our way. I was at the end of Shadow is super fun. Yeah, it was so good. Except for, you know, the 45-minute Dalriata runs. Those kind of sucked, but... but man, yeah, there were some good times. So I've been here with the first LunarCon after party. Oh wow, yeah, that was somewhere midsummer of 21, so yeah, that would have been not long after I started. That would have been a few months after I started, because yeah, LunarCon happened when I was just starting Shadowbringers. I think I was still pretty early in Shadowbringers MSQ when LunarCon happened. Because I remember I was wearing my my Maelstrom glam. I can't even look at it, but I had the Maelstrom Lieutenant's Coat glam, which is what my, that was my Shadowbringers glam. But I'm pretty sure it was before I finished the Stormblood videos, so. Why is there a... Huh. You got the achievement for obtaining 1,000 gil from leave quests on the first day. Does it tell you that when you got the achievements? I didn't know that, but yeah, I mean, when I first started playing the game, I didn't know like what you were supposed to do, and so the first thing I tried to do, because like I've told the story a lot, but like basically, all my friends started playing the game before I had it finished downloading. By the time I actually got the game installed, everybody went to sleep. And so I stayed up for, you know, hours trying to get caught up. And basically, once I got caught up, I just started looking for something to grind on the side. And so the first grind that I dedicated myself to was just ranking up in Grand Company. And one of the easiest ways to get Grand Company seals was just doing leave quests. And so I did a lot of them. As many as I could, anyways, with so few allowances, but yeah. You're grinding leave quests and fates before you enlisted in the Maelstrom? Oh. Well, in that case, yeah, I don't know why I would have done leave quests before joining Maelstrom. The side quest was actually, like, maybe I was just trying to level up. Because, yeah, I remember, like, I didn't realize that there were different icons for main story versus side quest, and so I didn't know which quests I was supposed to do and which quests I, like, didn't matter. And so I did, like, every side quest in, not Somerset. What's the stupid farm in Lower Lenosia. They used to send you out there for MSQ in the Lenosia start, but they removed that in Endwalker. But like it used to send you out to that farm in Lower Lenosia, and I just did all the side quests there because I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to. And so like there's a whole like there's kobolds that are trying to like ransack the farm, and you got to stop them. And they give you orange juice in exchange, which you would then use to unlock glamour prisms, because apparently at one point you couldn't just buy the orange juice out of the shop like right next to the glamour prism lady. You had to get it somewhere else. But I never even had to buy it out of the shop because I already had it from doing the Lenosia side quests. So. First day you have on record, you got Arcanist to 30. Yeah, because I was trying to unlock Scholar. I wanted to play Scholar, but like, you got to start as Arcanist, and so, yeah, I was running around doing. I remember doing a lot of fate events in Middle Lenosia. I remember doing a lot of Hunt Log, but also I had Road to 70 buff as well, so I was getting double XP for all that too. But why Scholar? It's just what I wanted to play. basically going into the game, I knew I wanted to play healer, and then I just looked at like which one was the most complicated. Because I figured like whatever the hardest healer is, the most complicated and difficult one, I'll just learn that. And yeah, Scholar spoke to me. Because it was between Scholar and Astro, but I mean, it's a good thing I chose Scholar since you gotta get to frickin' Heaven's Word before you can unlock Astro. But yeah, Scholar sounded like something that was right up my alley. Ironically, here's a funny one. When I was looking at the job lists at the time for Shadowbringers, I thought, oh, I should learn how to play Dancer, because it looks really complicated and difficult. Because if you read the tooltips on the website of the Dancer abilities without having any idea how the game works, it looks extremely complicated. Because there's all the random procs and stuff, but the way it's described in the tooltips makes it sound so much harder than it actually is. But then when you play it, it's just press whatever button lights up. But yeah, like if you just go look at the tooltips for Dancer on the website, it's like, you know, this has like a small chance of granting fourfold feathers. Sometimes this grants, you know, like flourishing whatever, and like you then get this other ability and change into that one. It sounds like the most convoluted thing ever. But then when you actually play it, yeah, it's just press whatever button lights up. And so I was like, well, Dancer sounds like it's really complicated. Maybe I'll learn how to play that. But, lol. Because, yeah, my philosophy going into new games like this is usually just figure out which thing is the hardest to do and just do that and get really good at that. Like, that usually, like, if you learn whatever the hardest job is, it makes everything else after that really easy to learn. Started monk because I thought it was funny to punch gods, lol. Started as bard, yeah. I joined with the intention of playing scholar, so I've been a scholar main from day one. Saw a list of things like Marauder, Conjurer, Thaumaturge. I was like, what is this? Yeah. Just Gladiator because of sword. Yeah. Alright, and proceed. Started Summoner expecting to minion manage and then found out joined after the summon lobotomy. Oh. I mean, to be fair, Summoner before Endwalker was definitely way more complicated, but it still wasn't minion management, you know? It was just like, it just had way more buttons, like, you were still achieving a similar effect. It was just that awkward buildup of applying all your DOTs and, you know, getting your Ruin 3s and whatever. I never knew how to play it, but yeah, it wasn't very intuitive from what I've heard about it. Dot Mage gameplay. I don't think we're really going to get that. I'd be surprised if we did. Certainly, if it ever does happen, it won't be till after, like, server upgrades, you know? Long after the PS4 is donezo, because, I mean, as it stands now, they already have buff-debuff problems. It was a huge issue in TOP, so... Alright, let's see. I've brought you the soul crystals, as promised. He thinks dot-based gameplay is too passive. I'm gonna assume that he said that. Based off of you saying that he said that. I'm gonna assume that that's true. And say that he's wrong. Basically, he did. Too passive for him, maybe, but too passive for everybody? No. There's definitely people out there that would enjoy it. But again, that's assuming that he actually said that. But yeah, nevertheless, like, they're a nightmare for the actual systems to deal with, and like, they pretty much, yeah, they've been getting rid of DOTs as much as possible as time goes on, so I doubt they would make a job based around DOTs.
Yes, these appear to be authentic Allegan artifacts. Very well, I shall honor our bargain. From within these gems I will draw forth the memories of the ancient summoners, and the slumbering essence of an elder primal. All the attendant knowledge and power shall be yours.
Bros thinks he's gonna get infinite power from a black mask Asian. Arg! Oh gods, the pain! Oh, okay. That's a card. Ah, the bumbling summoner and her incompetent lackey make an appearance at last. You think to capture me? Fools. I have orchestrated your every move. You have grown much in the art, it is true, but through the wisdom of the Paragons, I now command the power of an Elder Primal. Okay. So your Primal's old. Who cares? You don't know anything about Primals, do you, pal? You made a deal with the Paragons? And you call us fools? The Asians will never relinquish their hold on you. A small price to pay. If you could but feel the strength that fills my entire being, it is indescribable. I will use the power to annihilate the beast tribes and put an end to their insufferable rituals once and for all. The primals will rise no more. So he's Gaius. Hear me, Demon King of the Devouring Flame. Feed on my ever-burning anguish and be reborn. Okay. The culmination of my sacred duty is at hand. But first, there is one more soul crystal that must be mine. I will tolerate its wasted potential no longer. Alright, what Elder Primal have we summoned here? It's not gonna have a name, is it? Bellius? Behold the might of Bellius! Belly ass? I might have... Don't mind me, I'll just stand here and laugh at my own joke. No, it is not enough. Ah, the tendrils of darkness. I feel them. None can withstand this tenebrous aether. Rotten meat? I didn't think it possible. He absorbed the Eggy's power. I do that every morning for breakfast. Wahaha! This power, I am a god amongst men! Wait, he was that easy? Man, they didn't scale this very well, did they? I know I'm overgeared, but like, holy crap, this is supposed to be the finale. By all the memories of summoners past, I should have been unstoppable.
I will see the disease of beastmen from the face of the land. Deprived of worshippers, the primal that tempered my weak-willed sibling will wither into oblivion.
So, I see my order's records were accurate. Though it was buried deep in the archives, I but recently uncovered a report that described how you slew your own brother. He was corrupted during your ill-fated encounter with Ifrit, was he not? I imagine your superiors in the Immortal Flames thought it a mercy to conceal that inglorious detail.
That's literally what they used to do. That's how they used to cure tempering. It'll be a shame when we tell this guy about the Porksies, though. Speaking of which, whatever happened to Lunga's mom?
Once the soft-headed fool had been tempered, there was no saving him, and thus I took it upon myself to expunge the stain of embarrassment. But my work is left undone. The primal, no, all primals must suffer for that insult. After I killed my brother, I found myself liberated, my vision clear. No deed was too vile if it promised to add to the power I required.
Cup 0. Cup O. Thanks so much for that follow.
Oh, can you not see? I am the sword of vengeance, and I shall wrest that soul crystal from you,
And I shall wrest that soul crystal from your blasted corpse.
Angry. Kaboom.
Guess he died. Okay, bye. I wonder which struck the first blow to his sanity, the despair at his brother's tempering, or the guilt from slaying his own kin. It is ironic to think that, discounting the means, our purposes were fundamentally one and the same. A summoner employs the savagery of the primals to conquer the primals themselves. Goblin Ilmeg. Had Tristan approached us as an ally, we might have found ourselves aiding his cause. Alas, he chose to walk the path of bloodshed. Each vicious act must have pushed the man deeper into madness until, eventually, the lust for power and vengeance was all that drove him. Can you hurry up? The might of the primals carries with it a burden of responsibility and a measure of danger. I hope never to see you corrupted by the potent energies you wield, Charity. It is time we return to Apkalu Falls, oh, thank goodness. I don't want to miss an S rank for this. That is like, that might be the worst villain ever. Is there a worse villain in a job quest than that guy? I remember the Red Mage guy being really dumb, to be fair. I don't remember what the Red Mage guy's deal even was, just that he was really dumb. Heavensward Paladin, okay, fair, yeah. But I mean, Heavensward Paladin is the worst job quest in the game, period. Like, there's no redeeming qualities to those quests at all, so. So that's almost like, it almost doesn't count because it's so bad, you know? But like, what's a worse villain, excluding Paladin, than that guy? Here are our branches, paint by numbers. I see. I don't know if we're going to finish all these job quests today. We might have to do this later. gonna be really awkward, though. Seeing as how it's like 3 a.m., I think we might have to leave it where it's at. Because I gotta be up tomorrow. I got a really long stream planned for tomorrow, so... Summon the Chocobo. Skipped most of the job quest stories. A lot of them are very skippable. There are some rough ones. Wittergelt as the monk antagonist for the ARR monk. He was definitely one of the worst antagonists. That stupid Catboy Red Mage. Not Catboy. He wasn't a Catboy. Maybe he was. I don't remember what the Red Mage villain's deal was, but I remember it was really stupid. The guy that you beat him for the first arc, and then the second villain is like an ancient demon or whatever, but... Oh man, the Heavensward Black Mage villain was really crap. He was like the leader of a cult of illegal black mages. All black mages were illegal at that point, but he had half the Book of Naldthal. He had like the Book of Nald and you had the Book of Thal, but you needed both books in order to get the ultimate black magic or whatever. Except because none of his cult members had soul stones, every time they tried to use the magic from the book, they just exploded. So it was really dumb. But they just kept doing it. It's a good thing this beer's empty. Warrior Quest kind of sucked until 60 to 70. This is where I disagree. Because I think they also sucked at 60 to 70. The level 60 quest was fun. The level 70 quest was fun. Everything in between absolutely sucked. Because you know what the Stormblood Warrior arc was? Curious Gorge, upon laying eyes upon Dorgono, loses control of his inner beast. And so he goes to sulk for the rest of the quests while you kill a bunch of stuff. And then at the end, he regains control of his inner beast. It's the exact same arc as every other warrior quest. It's just bookended by really funny cutscenes. That's the only difference. The difference is the beginning cutscene and the ending cutscene are both good. But everything in between still sucks. It's the exact trash that it always was. Summoner shenanigans. Well, I was supposed to finish all the summoner job quests, but we only got through Realm Reborn, so it's yeah, too many tangents. You also get inter-released. That you do. That you do. Get a haircut. No. Nah. Need to get a haircut at some point? That is not true. I haven't had a haircut in, God, I think it's been over 10 years now. I don't even remember. The annoyance that I have is that my hair doesn't grow anymore. I wish it was a bit longer, but it doesn't get any longer. Like it stopped growing after a while. It's just been the same length for like 5 years. For like 5 years it was growing, and it's been about the same length ever since. It's hit a point where it doesn't really get any longer. I guess it's just like breaking as fast as it can grow, apparently. Do you trim it? No. Everyone says you should. I probably should, but no, never have. Alright, let's see what Yamitra's got for our finale here. I've got one since Vegas. Hair is main right now. Yeah, I pretty much don't really do anything with my hair. Wash it once a week, condition it every day, and that's it. And then, like, yeah, it has not gotten any longer in several years. Let's see. These so-called paragons prey upon men and women who are at their weakest, speaking the honeyed words to lead them down the road to destruction. In this manner, they seek to plunge the realm... boring. You get to the point. They seek to plunge the realm of Eorzea into chaos. It is reassuring to know that heroes like you exist to foil their never-ending schemes and foul plots. An outright war against the Ascians looms closer day by day. Thus would I have you armor yourself with this last piece of the Evoker's attire. Okay. A war with the Ascians, you say? That sounds like a fun expansion. It was discovered at the same dig site whence Tristan seized the Soul Crystal, and the St. Koinix Find researchers, grateful for your actions in bringing the murderous summoner to justice, insisted that you complete your set. One can never be over-prepared when heading into battle against a paragon. Wear it proudly, Charity. Is there any other context in the entire game where they refer to Ascians as paragons? I don't feel like there is. Speaking of preparations, were you aware of the deeper layer of power hidden within your avatars? A technique exists that allows you to tap into the full potential of your Eggy. You must have seen Tristan employing this ability. During the final battle with the Dark Summoner, you would have heard a whisper emanating from the Soul Crystal. Yeah. Still your mind now, Charity, and you will hear the voices of the ancient summoners instructing you in their greatest achievement. The true power of the Eggy will be yours. Yeah, now see if I can turn into the Primal, a la FF16, apparently. That sounds way more cool than, you know, summoning chicken nuggets or whatever. Kind of stopped calling them Paragons after ARR for the most part. That would be one of many things they stopped doing after ARR. This concludes the Summoner quest for Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must have completed the main scenario quest before the dawn. Once you have done so, the next Summoner quest will be available from Yamitra. Soul Summoner 1. What do you know? We get an achievement. 5 points. We are so gamer. We are so pog. One slot remaining. Yeah, I need to... I was collecting junk to turn into Maelstrom tickets, and I just never turned it in. Mario level 90 is doing job quests. You hate new abilities. I leveled Summoner with Scholar. So, like, I never played Summoner. I played Summoner, like, twice. It was once for the Shadowbringers caster role quest, and once for the Endwalker caster role quest. And for the Shadowbringers one, it was before the Endwalker rework, so I was using Arcanist abilities because I didn't have any of the Summoner quests done. So I did all of the caster quests in Shadowbringers with Ruin and Bane. Not Bane, sorry. Ruin and Fester. And the final duty was actually pretty tough. Not like tough, but like, man, I was not doing a lot of damage. It looped the mechanics a lot. Did Broil Mastery 3. Without Broil Mastery 2, you would cast Broil twice at the same time? What? To intentionally not do Scholar quests and miss out on all their good abilities, but you could double your DPS. Well, there's plenty of people that are the inverse of me. People that, you know, never played Scholar but got Summoner to 90, so... I feel like it's probably more common than my situation, but... Why is the Behemoth Helm only worth 288 tickets? You know how hard it is to get this? It's not every day you can kill Behemoth. I mean, technically, you kind of can, but... Also, I really like that the Behemoth Helm, eye level 50, actually has decent stats on it. I mean, for level 50 gear, like, those are crap stats because the endgame went so far. But if this was in 2.0, which I think it was, you know, pre any upgrades, it wouldn't have been that bad. So doing a rare spawn super fate could have potentially gotten you an upgrade. But that's one of the things I liked about ARR. The gear was more interesting because, like, the Grand Company sets had set bonuses. Never use that concept ever again. But yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like there were so many different, like, interesting gear things going on in ARR. Remember when Grand Companies existed? Yeah. Grand Companies are definitely the thing that I wish would get upgraded the most. Or updated, rather. Because, yeah, I really enjoy so much of the Grand Company stuff. And it's just like, Square has been pretending it doesn't exist for like 3 expansions now. And it's a tragedy by the Bee Gees. Well, we're up to 68 material containers. So much of it was because they had similar ideas in FF11 and they weren't sure what was going to mean around. In 11, there's an NM you spawn by trading a bottle of water to a rock in a canyon. Pair of boots makes you faster in the towns. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Strider boots. Look, I've got them. Look, here they are right here in my inventory. Strider boots. Increased sprint duration in city states. They turn your sprint into 30 seconds instead of 20 seconds. It's just an FF11 reference, really, but yeah. They dropped from, God, it's that, not the Prince of Animos. It's that fate at the northernmost part of Animos. You kill the birds to spawn it. I don't remember what it's called, but I think it's called the Strider. I think it's Strider that drops the Strider boots. Fenninger Slayer jewelry. Actually, like, you used to be able to wear any jewelry. Granted, you wanted the one that had your main stat, obviously, but yeah, I think probably the reason they got rid of a lot of that, because, like, you know, if a tank could choose between fending or slaying, they're probably going to take slaying every time, because as with all MMOs, usually the correct answer is just whatever does the most damage. And so, you know, if the tank could say, well, I'll have less defense, but I'll do more damage, they'll almost always take that option. So devs are like, well, might as well just get rid of the options if one of them is just objectively better, so. And yeah, tenacity is crap. They need to either change tenacity or get rid of it. If you max tenacity, go all in, like full meld, all tenacity, it's like 1% mit. Or something like that. It adds like 1% mit. I said this like a year ago. I still think it's true. If tenacity maxed out, like if I full meld everything tenacity, it should give me 10% mit. You know, it should give me a flat 10% mit, because that would actually be worth investing in. Then the trade-off for all of your crit melding, which you would normally do, would actually have some value. There would be a worthwhile trade there. You know, it'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm losing a lot of damage by not having any crit materia, by not having direct hit materia, but if I get 10% mit out of the deal, that's actually a noticeable difference. 1% mit for max melding tenacity is so negligible, like it might as well not even be there. Which is why nobody uses it, because it's a garbage stat. Like, it's so useless. Especially when determination also gives you mit plus damage. So it's like, if you were ever going to go all in on tenacity, there would be zero reason to do that versus going all in on determination, which gives you mit, I think. I was going to say HP. That doesn't give you HP, but it gives you mit and damage. Delete direct hit, split crit into hit and chance. Buff speed. Buffing speed could be interesting, yeah. They'd have to be careful with it, though, because if you buff speed, spell speed, or attack speed too much, it just becomes the new crit, you know? The thing that just, like, scales better than everything else. La la. Thank you so much for that follow. Hit and chance, yeah. Like, so basically, because crit melding increases your crit chance and how much damage your crit does. And so I think what they're saying is, like, split it so that there's separate crit chance versus crit scaling, you know? Paranoid Android 98, thanks so much for that follow. Is accuracy even a thing in this game? Not anymore, no. Accuracy used to be a thing, and that's what they replaced with direct hit. Alright, 45, yeah, I'm gonna be heading to bed soon as well. Gotta sleep so I can wake up and stream all day tomorrow. I'm gonna use those specific breakpoints due to rotation alignment. Yeah. That, and I mean, there does come a point where, like, the speed buffs fall off. there's a point where, like, buffing speed more isn't as good as buffing crit more. Like, the big problem is just that crit is better than everything else. And so, like, there's not as much of a need to buff speed that much because crit outpaces it so dramatically. So, yeah, you basically just, you get enough to where it makes your rotation line up well, and then you just go all in on crit after that, crit and direct hit. But, yeah, because hypothetically, you know, it would be really cool if speed scaled to the same degree that crit does. So, you know, if I went all in on speed instead of going all in on crit, it would be cool if the speed differential gave me the same damage output as going all in on crit, if that makes sense. Like, so, like, I'm still doing the same damage as if I was max crit melded, but I'm just attacking way faster, you know? Like, it would be cool if they had, like, if they worked out to the same overall amounts of damage. Because then you would have, you know, play style variation. But as it stands, crit is just better, so. Gets worse later expansion is, yeah. Yeah, because early expansion, I think, I'm pretty sure, like, base expansion, you usually favor det over crit, right? I'm pretty sure that's how it was in Endwalker. It was, like, all in on det, secondary on crit, and then, after, like, the first raid tier, it flips, and then it's just all in on crit. There's a point, though, where, like, det is actually more important than crit, but it's only, like, early expansion. No spell speed will give you more demi summons across the fight. Yeah, there's also that weird thing where like spell speed affects over time effects, so like it can be good for like white mage, for example, because it gives you better heal over time. Assuming you're using heal over time, which if you're playing white mage optimally, you basically never do, but piety, frickin' piety. Piety would be great if they didn't rebalance the healers so that they have constant MP regen. You know, like Piety might actually seem somewhat useful in a world where Energy Drain doesn't give me 20% MP back immediately. Not Energy Drain, Aether Flow. But it used to be Energy Drain gave you back X amount of MP before they switched that over to Aether Flow. So, like, Scholar was roughly the same anyways, but I think with the Aether Flow change, it got better. I think it worked out to more MP per minute. And then, yeah, there's like the 7% MP per card draw on Astro, and, you know, there's however much MP it is that you get for every Adder Sting? Whatever the Sage thing is called. I don't play Sage. But basically, yeah, the healers have so much MP regen that there's no point in ever having Piety. If you're playing the job correctly, you never need Piety, you know? The only time you wish you had more MP regen is if everybody is wiping, you know? If tons of people are dying and you're struggling to res them. And in normal content, that's not really going to be a big problem. And in Savage content, if everybody's dying to a point where you're running out of MP trying to res them, you're probably not going to clear the fight anyway. So, like, you're already screwed by then. So, yeah, basically MP management on healers is pretty much a meme. And the Abyssal Healer weapons have piety for their main stat. The tome weapons did. I think it might have been the secondary stat. I don't think it was main, but the tome weapons did have piety on them. Yeah, they were pretty bad. I'd have to be a lot more regen to contribute to meaningfully without healer mana economy. Yeah. Lucid Dreaming on cooldown. Yeah, exactly. Lucid Dreaming on cooldown, Aetherflow on cooldown. As a scholar, I never run out of MP. And again, if I'm in a situation where I have to res so much that I'm running out of MP, we're already gonna wipe. You know, like if I'm rezzing so much that I'm running out of MP on Scholar, chances are we got bigger problems than, you know, my MP. Chances are we're not gonna make it anyway. Like, we're already screwed by that point, so. With piety reduced the cast and recast on healing GCDs, and more healing OGCDs were moved to the GCD. I don't know. I mean, see, again, as a healer playing optimally, you use as little GCD as possible. You always try to avoid using GCD. So that still wouldn't help. Like, that wouldn't fix it at a higher level. Sage had a damage button to spend spare resources, so I wouldn't just have to throw a heal, but then there would just be a little too much overlap between Sage and Scholar. There's already a lot of overlap, so it's like... Casting DPS role action that removed one essenable effect from another party member, and if successfully cleansed something, healed them for a very small amount. Erase. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny, but like... You only had a limited amount of, role actions you could take, right? So like you would never take that over like something useful, right? Like, yeah, but the thing is, like, part of the reason the OGCDs are so strong on healer, I think, is because people favor them. So Square just keeps giving us more. You know, they just keep giving us more and more OGCDs because they know that nobody wants to cast a GCD heal at a higher level. If, like, I don't know. The only way to change that would be to make healer damage output matter less than it does, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, so... Oh man, I didn't do the Christmas event. All right, let's do this, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget. I'm just gonna wake up and it's gonna be gone. I already missed the rising on this character because I just forgot. So. Sleepcast, Diversion, Lucid Dreaming, Addle's pretty much required. Surecast. Bearded Lady. Okay. No, this is one quest and then you get all the stuff. If it isn't my favorite adventurer, you do remember me, don't you? No. Perhaps I should remove my beard. Oops, I skipped it. In commemoration of the Ishgardian knights who once sheltered needy orphans from the cold, we strive to deliver joy and comfort to all younglings each Starlight celebration. This year we pay particular tribute to the figure at the heart of Starlight legend, the snowy bearded captain dubbed the Saint of Nemea. As you can see, we have commissioned replicas of his red coat and fluffy white beard. How better to delight the children than by distributing presents as the saint himself, after all. So far, we've been successful in spreading Starlight cheer. However, it seems there's a particular youngling who finds our felicitous festivities distressing. Okay. Were I free to wander, I would reach out to them myself and provide what aid I could. Alas, my duties as celebrant require my attendance here. Might you assist this child in my stead? I'm sure they would welcome the insights of an adventurer such as yourself. Okay. I am most grateful. Let me summon the young lady who first brought this matter to my attention. Summon? Like a summoner would do? Hey, this is a summoner job quest, technically. Hello, my name is Saline. It's nice to meet you, miss. Okay, Saltine. As I told Miss Garangi, I've seen a boy around here who... Oh, look, there he is, over there. This elf kid is taller than, Miko, adult. Gasp. I guess he didn't come to play this time either. That boy's been watching the stage from a distance ever since preparations began. At first I thought he must be excited about the Starlight celebration, but he always looks so sad. That's why I thought I'd try inviting him to play. But when I called out to him, he just ran away. Comforting others when they're troubled is a very kind thing to do. You did well to try, Saltine. I just think nobody should be alone during the Starlight celebration. He keeps coming back, so I'm sure there's something he's worried about. Maybe he's just too shy to ask for a present. Either way, I'm worried about him. Would you help me make sure he's okay, miss? Okay. I'm gonna punch him. Yeah! Then I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. I believe the boy ran off towards the Whistling Miller. Perhaps someone there knows more about him. Let's ask around. Please tell me if you learn anything, and I'll be sure to do the same. Alright. Wish I had another beer. I believe he headed for the Whistling Miller. Perhaps someone saw him run by. Alright, Saltine. I haven't found him yet, but I'll keep asking. Tell me if you learn anything. Yawn. Oh. Cheerful cherub. You're not a cherub. That boy who always comes to stare at the decorations. I know him. I've seen him around before. I don't know his name, and I don't think I've ever seen him smile. Why does he always look so sad? It's the Starlight celebration. Maybe, he didn't like his present. Maybe he's a starving orphan. Watchful Whaler. A boy, yes, ran straight past me toward the Great Loam Growery. Straight toward the Great Loam Growery, like I said. Has he been up to mischief? Playful poppet. Oh, you must mean Tenny. I heard he moved here from Old Da recently. Can't tell you much more than that. He makes a point of keeping to himself. We'd be happy to play with him, of course, but Tenny never seems keen on it. Okay. No, yeah. 10-cent, I beg of you. Sheath your sword. Let's see. Did you learn anything? Yeah. Kid sucks. So his name is Tenny. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go to the Great Lone Growery. Tenny's got no frenzies. Frenny is I don't know if 10 is going to be enough to deal with this crap. I'm going to need more like 20. Oh. This chicken is hot, eh? It's Saltine and Tenny. Hello, Tenny. Who are you? Some kind of adventurer? Yeah, you could say that. She is, and my name is Saltine. You were at Miketo's amphitheater earlier, weren't you? Would you like to join the Starlight celebration with me? My friends will be there too, so we can all play together. Oh, your friends. They're really nice. Do you want to? It's not that. It's a long story. I have time! We just moved here for my father's job, and I know there's no point in moping about it, but I really, really miss my 3 friends back in Old Da. During Starlight, we'd show each other what toys we got and eat too many sweets and find all the best decorations in the city. We'd have so much fun, and each time we'd promise to play together the next year, but now... You're all the way in Gridania. Yeah, truly Oscar-worthy performance art here on Cider Spider. I used to love the Starlight celebration, but now all I can think about is leaving my friends behind and betraying our promise. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings by asking you to play. It's alright. You didn't know. Yeah, Oh, I don't care. Kid misses his friends. Alright. I want to go to sleep. I'm gonna just skip this. I don't even care about the reward. But Tenny, doesn't this mean you'll never be able to enjoy the Starlight celebration without feeling guilty? There must be something we can do. Miss, you're a grown-up. What do you think? I've never met a problem I couldn't punch my way out of. It's only something that 3 tickets to Gridania could fix. Nothing screams friendship Kupo like Moogle mail. Pack your bags, kid. I'm smuggling you back to Old Da. Firebird 951. Thank you so much for that follow. What? There's no way my father would allow... Wait, did you say smuggle? Thanks for the offer, miss, but I'll pass. I'll bring your friends here, idiot. I guess, but Old Da's so far away. That sort of journey's a lot to ask. Nothing screams friendship Kupo like Moogle mail. I goes the achievement grind. I just want to go to sleep, but I forgot I have to do this holiday event, so... Mail. That's it. I could send them presents. That's a lovely idea. Everyone loves getting packages, and that way you'll be celebrating together, at a distance. What should I give them? Something you can only get in Gridania. Grass.
Ho, ho, ho. The answer to that is simple.
That snowy white beard, that's the real thing. You're the Saint of Nemea, aren't you?
Oh, ho, ho. Oh, quite. Young Teddy, you need look no further than your own 2 hands. For presents crafted from the heart are presents full of heart. I shall rigorously assist you in every step of their creation as both an artisanal saint and saintly artisan.
I don't really understand, but thank you. I'll help too. That way your presents will be crafted in half the time. Really? All right then, thanks.
Yeah. I guess. Mistress Adventurer, might we rely upon you to deliver Tenny's gifts once they're prepared? Though we could post them by mere conventional moogles, a child's hard work and dedication ought to be hand-delivered by only the most trusted individual. And as you are both emotionally invested in Tenny's happiness and currently standing before me, I bequeath the task to you. You'll do it, yes?
You okay?
Excellent. Then we shall realize these creations ere the spinner sloshes or nog.
Now the spinner's dead, remember?
In the meantime, I would have you apprise Amgaranji of our efforts. Once you've relayed your report, return here for the requisite packages. Chop, chop!
Yawn. Yeah, I'm like the bestest post-moogle. I delivered so much mail. I wish I'd done this event like last week when I was planning to. Because then I wouldn't have to do it now. When I would rather be sleeping. Oh, man. Welcome back. Were you able to speak with the boy? Yeah. I see. To be separated from one's friends is heartbreaking indeed. I only wish I too could help in some way. Oh, I know just the thing. I shall transform you into a saint. I have a Saint of Nemea costume that I would be most happy to gift you. Tenny's friends will be delighted for a visit from the spinner's anointed herald. Accept this with my warmest wishes, dear adventurer. I know you won't let us down. 24-hour New Year's Street starting now, lol. Walking around and talking to people, oh yes. Without further ado, let us transform you into the Saint of Nemea. I have no doubt you will look every bit the part in the costume I gave you. You must equip the following items in order to proceed. I'll screw you. And because Santa... Incredible! I feel as though I'm addressing the very captain of legend. Now then, pray return to Great Loam Growery and collect Tenny's presents. The happiness of precious younglings is in your hands. Tenny awaits you at the Great Loam Growery. Please ensure his presents are delivered safely.
Man, because jolly in
Ah. If I'd started this an hour ago, I wouldn't even care. But because I only remembered it right before I was about to go to sleep, I'm gonna just keep complaining about it the whole time. Welcome back, miss. You should ask Tenny about the presents, hee. The presents are ready. I thought it might take longer, but the Sanctum Nemea showed us how to weave them up in no time.
Lil Quaz, thank you so much for that follow.
We made 3 bracelets, one for each of my friends.
Bro, your friends probably already forgot about you.
You said you'd take them to Old Dom for me, right? My friend Momo Lau always hangs around outside the quicksand.
Oh, we probably shouldn't go there.
So you should start there. If the others aren't with him, he'll tell you where to go. I don't know how to properly thank you for this, but thank you, miss. If the others aren't at the quicksand too, Momo Lau should know where they are. Thanks for doing this, miss.
Yep. I don't mind doing fate events for seasonals. I think it makes it more fun. Let's see. I gotta go over to the Adventurers Guild.
Fang Lavitz. What the heck? Thanks so much for that 5 tier 1 subs to Perfect Dark 207, Android 16's Head, Adis, The Dawnforged, and Kokami, who now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies.
Thank you.
What a doofus. Oh, here's Momo Lau.
Yeah, I'm Momo Lau. What have you got for me?
A woven by small hands, this accessory was created with big heart.
From Tenny. Oh, Tenny, you big dummy. We've all been a mess since he left. It's just not the same without him. But now I know that some things will never change, no matter how far apart we are. He's still the same old Tenny, still celebrating Starlight with us. Heh.
Yeah.
He sent gifts for all of us. Oh, someone's going to cry, I can feel it. Let's see, Larkin said he'd be in the Gold Court, and Othul had to do something near Milvaneth's Aquarium. Thanks, miss. Tell Tenny happy Starlight for us. You'll find Larkin in the Gold Court and Othul by Milvaneth's Aquarium. They're going to love their gifts, I just know it.
Oh, they better. They better. Walking around, talking to people. I wonder if they'll ever, I mean, probably not. They'd have to change the way that... What I was going to say was, I wonder if they'll ever do an event that's not in the starting cities, but the reason that the events happen in the starting cities is just so that everyone can do them, you know, whether you're a noob in ARR or someone at Endgame. But it would be cool to see an event outside of, you know, the 3 starting cities, dealing with, you know, subject matter more relevant to the current plot, even if it's unlikely that that will ever happen. But it would be cool. How do you know my name? Is that package for me? Tenny sent this. He made this? I guess he didn't forget about his mates after all. It's funny, I just finished wrapping a gift for Tenny too. A gift from all of us. We wanted something with our names on it, so we pulled our pocket money and got him a bracelet. Great minds think alike, eh? Anyway, if you're headed back to Gridania, could you take this to him? It'd mean a lot to us. Don't have holidays in other cities. Well, it would be pretty awkward if you showed up to Ishgard during the Dragon Song War and there's just like Christmas decorations. It'd be pretty awkward if you roll up into the Crystarium as they're like fighting to stop the apocalypse and there's just, you know, jack-o'-lanterns. Specific events every so often to keep cities relevant. It would be cool, though, yeah. Just something, you know.
Hello, miss. I've been very good this year. You can ask my friends. Handmade from Tenny. I'm not crying. I just got snow in my eye. Last year, we all stood right here and made a promise to celebrate Starlight together, and Tenny remembered, even though he moved away. I thought that was the end for us, but friends always find a way, right? And Tenny will always be our friend. Tell him I said that, okay?
All of Tenny's gifts have been successfully distributed. Now to make your final delivery, one addressed to Tenny himself. Pull the Yule Martin, they're celebrating the Easter event. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, Bloodied Porcelain. Snow can happen in the middle of the desert, yes. But does it? Does it really? Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong way. I gotta go talk to Idiot Stupid. Not Dummy Stupid. Oh, man. I'm dying. My bedtime is like usually 2 a.m., so this is killing me. Did you find everyone? Did they like their presents? Engraved bracelet. Etched into woven strings of leather are the names of 4 lads forever friends. This is... Bloodied Porcelain, thank you so much for that Prime subscription. You now have access to some pretty awesome cider emotes and several mad babies. A bracelet? And look, they carved their names into it. Momo Lao, Larkin, Orthul, and Tenny. They must really miss you, too. If this isn't proof of your friendship, I don't know what is. I never thought they'd send me something, and it's a bracelet, too. Great minds think alike, eh? Yeah. I'm so glad everything worked out. Now you can enjoy the Starlight celebration without any more worries. I mean, he still doesn't get to hang out with his friends, but... Saltine, thank you for helping me. I really was happy when you invited me to play before, so I hope... would you be my friend? Hehehe, you silly. I'm already your friend. Gasp. Ahaha. Yep, that's Christmas magic or whatever. We should tell Miss Garangi the good news. Tenny and I will be right behind you. I was sending them something even better. I want to send them something even better next year. What should I make? Alright, let's go talk to Garangi. For the reindeer quest line. Oh yeah, the reindeer. Yeah, very tired. So not only were his handmade presents happily received, Tenny's friends sent him a thoughtful gift as well. None could ask for a better display of starlight spirit. You have brightened many a young face today in your role as a Saint of Nemea. It truly warms my heart. Still, I can't help but wonder if Tenny and his friends knew how fitting the gift of a woven bracelet is. Eh? In certain lands, such bracelets are customarily exchanged as a symbol of friendship. It is said that intertwining strands represent lasting bonds. I see. No doubt those younglings will enjoy each other's companionship for many a starlight to come. We came to say thank you. Thank you, Miss Garangi. Thank you, miss. I'm grateful that I was able to keep my promise to my friends and make another one along the way. Okay. I'm glad to hear it. After all, the Starlight Celebration is meant to be enjoyed with everyone we cherish, be they near or far, wherever they are. Their hearts will go on. Now then, what say you both to receiving your gifts? I gave those two their presents earlier, but they seem to be in search of companions. Let's invite them to play, Tenny. Yeah, we can all celebrate together. Here you go. Raise your hand if you've never had a friendship bracelet in your life. I don't think I've ever had a friendship bracelet. Yeah. Doesn't seem like something I've ever had. I can't recall that ever happening.
A savior chosen to shield younglings from winter's wrath and provide them with every happiness the season can afford. Yet not all gifts are within the saint's power to deliver.
Marlboro, Upper Lenosia. No, I'm too lazy.
The gift of friendship, for instance. Forsooth, I can only teach them to make pretty things and encourage from afar. May their starlights be bright and their friendship everlasting. Ho, ho, ho.
Hooray. Weaving a bond. Why is there more? That guy Brad66. Thank you so much for that follow. Perhaps I might persuade you to continue your work as a Saint of Nemea. Splendid. Gridania will be ever the merrier. Donors from across the realm such a wide variety of delights. Pass by the amphitheater. Insist. Shall leave it to you. Yeah, I know it's optional, but like I should at least see what it's about. You see a child approaching the amphitheater, reaching into your bag of gifts. You see... child. Yeah, let's go with the mammoth. Thanks, that guy. Welcome to the stream. There you go, idiot. Have fun. Bye. That honor wa? It is. Ah, Mistress Nineheart, what an honor it is to have witnessed such a heartwarming and philanthropic exchange. You gifted that child a sky-steeled manufactory mammoth, did you not? I find it fascinating that toys created via modern technology should be coveted for so traditional a festival as the Starlight Celebration. In truth, I'm conducting research into how such Ishgardian festivals are perceived and promoted in neighboring nations. When I penned The White Yonder, I developed a particular curiosity regarding the effect of interpersonal exchanges on the transmission of cultural practices, you see. Lord Amanelin generously granted me leave to embark on this journey of inquiry, and I hope to compile what insights I gain here into another volume. Ahem. A happy starlight to you, my lady. Okay. Bye, idiot. Never talk to me again. Thank you for your assistance. Alright, well, let's see. Now I'm curious what the rest of them are. There were a lot of options. I wish I didn't have to go through this many steps and accept a quest just to see them, but I gotta know. A Bismarck pound cake. There's only no Godbert from the massage cycle. There's no way anyone would recognize him from that. He's got the whole sunglasses thing going on now. Oh. See you, dummy. Enjoy your cake. Merle Webb. Well, this is rather unexpected. I have just finished attending to state business and thought to observe these celebrations ere I return to Limsa Laminsa. I understand the Bismarck donated baked sweets to be distributed as gifts. Though I have little familiarity with the Starlight celebration myself, one does not soon forget the joy of receiving such festival delights as a child. I pray that the Bismarck's contribution provides Eorzea's young ones with many a fond memory. Okay. Okay, bye. Where's Merlewood's other gun? What's the name of Merlewood's guns? It's like Judgment and something else really dramatic. But she has two. Deathbringer. Death penalty. Yeah, death penalty. Thank you for your assistance. I trust the younglings enjoyed their presents. Should you have further time to spare? Why am I reading that? That doesn't matter. Does she just have the one gun? I thought she had two guns for some reason. I distinctly remember a second gun. But maybe I'm just misremembering. There you go, idiot. Have a present. Oh, it is Judgment? I thought I was wrong. I expected to be wrong about that. Thank you for dedicating time to play the saint for the younglings. Seeing the city awash with their bright smiles is but one virtue of this fine festival. Were those not fen boots you gifted just now? The Eightlier is known for its sturdy shoes, so I imagine that child will be afforded endless hours of play. I used to run through these woods as a youth, and I can assure you that feet are the first to feel winter's bite. How reassuring to know that our children will spend the coldest season in warmth and comfort. Senna as boring as ever. Google says Annihilator. Annihilator and Death Penalty, that's the name of her guns. Didn't she toss one to a kobold? You might be right, yeah. Jimmy Let TV. Thank you so much for that follow. Sorry, I was struggling to figure out how to separate that. I don't even know if he has a name. He doesn't. Someone said this a few streams ago, and I don't know if it's lore accurate or not, that he gave up his name after he was rescued as a, like, because he was a former Garlean soldier that fell ill, and Senna resuscitated him, and he swore fealty to her, so now he's like her right-hand dude, who may literally not have a name, period. Oh, I didn't accept the next quest. Found from YouTube, been really enjoying them. Well, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I'm Garanji. Alright, let's see what's next. I gotta get through all the optionals at least. I have to know. A Sunsilk Tapestries winter coat. Get lost, idiot. Momori.
So you're the Saint of Nemea I've been hearing so much about. I snagged an invitation from the Adventurers Guild, hoping for some seasonal refreshment, and between all the smiling youngsters and twinkling lights, I haven't been disappointed. That garment you just handed off was Weaver's Guild craftsmanship, wasn't it? I'd recognize that style anywhere. A certain fancy guildmaster's going to hear how well the poppet liked his present just as soon as I get back to Ul'dah. If he doesn't melt to rose oil in the spot, I'll eat my proverbial hat.
Okay. It's mentioned in the Endwalker yeah. They talk about Senna's backstory, and it's exactly as boring as you think it would be. Possibly even more boring than you would think. Dang it, I keep thinking of accepting a quest, but I'm turning one in. I long for the sleep. A mammoth. Oh, we already did the mammoth. A pair of mittens knitted with Azim step wool. Oh, I see. So this is going to be a Stormblood NPC. Serena. Probably Hien. Might be Hien. I haven't seen Hien in a long time, now that I think about it. When was the last time we saw Hien? It's been a while. Magni. The worst Stormblood NPC? What? Is my presence here so peculiar? I have it on the authority of foreign traders that this Eorzean ritual is not simply a sacred distribution of gifts to children. It is an ideal setting in which to find my Nama. Your denial is futile. Hidden somewhere in this wood is my gentle maiden of dusk, my ethereal dancer in the morning mist. I am certain of it. Yet all those I have yet observed appear to be mewling children, chattering kin, or shamelessly courting couples. Had I been aware of such a complication, I would have sought divine guidance before coming here. Then again, delaying my journey might have precluded attending this auspicious ceremony. Nay, I am born of the mighty sun, and naught can elude my gaze. Let legend remember that Magni of the Orinir sought his Nama alone and discovered her wreathed in the light of Gridania's stars. Okay, bye. I feel like Magni's Nama. Hear me out. Dorgono. It's not a big upgrade from Curious Gorge, but it is an upgrade. Dorgano deserves better. Let's see. Thank you for your assistance, blah, blah, blah. Nearly anything is upgrade from Curious Gorge. Almost literally anything, yeah. Curious Gorge, my least favorite NPC in the entire game. Not exaggerating. A Charlian Ring of Wisdom. Here's the obligatory Fortunal appearance. Or maybe it'll be Monteshane. Just because I wouldn't expect Monteshane. Or like the burger stand guy. Dickin. That's his name. No, it's Fortunal. I was right the first time. Haven't seen him wear that outfit in a while. And Emelian's looking as dashing as ever, but, that's not what I asked her to wear. Aaronville's been in every event of the entire expansion. I'm tired of him. Here's Gorge out in the world if you don't have the quest line. Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Why charity? What a lovely surprise.
Before you ask, I am not here on official business. My wife wished to see the festivities, so I have accompanied her. That is all.
Teehee.
So much for Starlight Cheer. You know, once when the twins were little, Fortunate gave them puzzles complicated enough to stump half the stodium, and that was genuinely his best effort at gift-giving. But lo and behold, Alphino solved his without batting an eye, and Alice couldn't even be bothered to open the box. My gift was seeing this man dumbfounded by his two talented and drastically different children.
Yes, well, the very notion that the Saint of Nemea might visit our Charlian household was flawed from the outset. Regardless, such charades are behind us now. Our children no longer lie awake hoping for starlight presents.
Perhaps, but I certainly wouldn't refuse a gift were it offered.
Put these foolish ambitions to rest. It appears I have business at Fen Hill Fineries after all, if you'll excuse me.
That's right. I must send Mila a little something as well. Did you know she's begun work at High Crucible? Oh, I'm so proud of her.
Oh, yeah, Mila. That's her name. I forgot all about that idiot. Remember Mila? I made her a lunchbox. Yeah, that's all we got. Were there any other ones from stuff I haven't done? Or is that all of them? It doesn't matter, because, you know, I haven't done the stuff, so, like, those are all the ones I've got. I assume that's all of them, but... There was the one event I did where, like, some Studium NPCs show up, but I had never finished the Studium, so they weren't there. And I got a lot of comments about that. Not that it matters, I'm not making a video about this one. It's a bit late, the event ends in a few hours, but... Who's the blonde who? Emelian's? Alphino's mom? Is that who you're asking about? Oh, man. Well, let's, talk to this dummy. This big, dumb, stupid. Let's buy a bunch of these. I may never use them. I may use them. Who knows? But might as well get them now. You know? Because 3,000 gil is not bad, considering when they go to Cash Shop, they'll be like $5 each. Does New Year's event start tonight? I don't know. It's on the lodestone, but yeah, I don't know. Do you have a house? Of course I have a house. Except I'm on Mateus right now, so I can't go to it. I forgot I was on Mateus. Oh, God. Oh, man. I'm exhausted. I accidentally went 2 hours late and we still didn't even come close to finishing everything I was supposed to finish. I've got 2 more arcs of summoner quests I need to do at some point, so that's gonna be fun. Might be able to knock those out like Monday or Tuesday if I'm not dead Monday, you know, from getting trashed on New Year's Eve. So here's the plan, gamers. This is just a short stream, well, it was supposed to be, and I was just going to do summoner quests, and I did, but I didn't finish all of them like I was supposed to, but whatever. You cross DC for S ranks? No, I don't. So yeah, I'm going to go to sleep and wake up at some point, and I don't know exactly when tomorrow's stream is going to start. Usually I aim for like 1 p.m. on a Sunday, but it might be a little bit later just because I stayed up later than I intended to tonight, and I need to make sure I'm well rested. But tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming all day. Hidden T, thank you so much for that follow. I'm going to be knocking out probably a good couple of achievements. Or at least working on a good couple of achievements. I don't know if I'm going to get any or not, but I'll be, like, getting close. Kyan, thank you so much for that follow. And then when it gets close to midnight, New Year's Day, we'll take a break from achievement hunting and just kind of relax. Probably hang out in Limsa, have some drinks, and party a little bit. Slash Nix, thank you so much for that follow. That's the plan, anyway. Are we getting slammered while streaming all day? That's that's more or less the idea. I'll probably sip some drinks throughout the day, and you know, we can break out the shots around midnight. We slam a couple shots around midnight, just, you know, in honor of the holiday, the occasion and whatnot. I think it'll be a good time. We'll just hang out and have some fun. So yeah, achievements all day, and then we'll have some New Year's fun around about midnight. A return right at the end you have. But yeah, like I said, that's all I got for now. We actually made off with a couple of achievements this stream, unexpectedly. There was an MGP achievement, and, oh yeah, there was one for doing summoner quests, so like that I guess was more expected, but yeah. Actually got 2 achievements this stream, so it's not bad considering I didn't think I was going to get any, but anyways, I need to go to bed. It's way too late. It's late o'clock. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's been fun. Thanks for hanging out on this random unannounced stream. Doing nonsense content. I'll catch y'all laters. Alright. Yeah, that's I'm just gonna end this quickly. Okay, bye.